儀仗兵は国家のメンツと君主の威厳の象徴でした。現実にいた頃の出番といえば厳かな式典ばかりで、席巻するのはお偉方だらけ。国家規模の財をなす豪商、莫大な軍事力を掌握する独裁将軍、視線一つで世界を覆せる政界の要人たち。常に胸筋かつ陰銀でなくては任務は完璧に遂行できませんの。
Hey Dylan, how's it going?
私の表情が硬いのはそのせいかって？いいえ、単なる癖ですわ。
What? Oh.
本日の到着ですの。まるでクリスマスに働くファータですわね。
There we go. Yeah, we're starting with Clukay today. She's a pretty cool story. Cool, that's suitable. Also, I figured out the, or rather, I got help for the story event problem. So that's been taken care of. Now just need to look into the story order. But I'm pretty sure the first part is in order already. I gotta look at an event timeline.
現実にいた頃の出番といえば厳かな式典ばかりで、席巻するのはお偉方だらけ。国家規模の財をなす豪商、莫大な軍事力を掌握する独裁将軍、視線一つで世界を覆せる政界の要人たち。
This is dealing with today. It's really freaking cold in my city right now because of the cold front. And my city has never done well with cold. So there is like a non-0% chance that the power could go out. So if that happens, I'll keep you guys updated on my Discord. How cold? It's at 20 degrees right now. I don't see any snow outside, but looking at the weather reports, there is ice at the moment. Like, I'm well insulated. Just 20%. Just 20 degrees. Yes, just 20 degrees. Keep in mind, I'm in Texas, so it never gets this. It never gets this, or it rarely gets this cold, to be more accurate. Even minus 30 is okay. There's no wind. I've never been at 0 before, I would say. The lowest I've been in my life is like the single digits. And that was when I was living further up north. But even in that case, the city was used to it, so they always made a they always made an effort to keep things operational during those times. But my city, and honestly my whole state, they don't know how to deal with it. They have no training in it, apparently. So it's kind of like the Wild West. So whenever for me personally, whenever there is cold weather, and it's been reported that the roads are icy or whatever, I just stay home because no one knows how to deal with it. And the chances of crashing or seeing someone do something retarded on the road, it becomes immensely higher. Freezing power lines. The issue that happened a couple of years ago is that everyone was using their heaters in their houses, and it caused the power grid to overload, and then basically there was a citywide blackout. Honestly, it was more than citywide because it affected other cities as well, like Houston and DFW. And basically no one had power for like 2 days straight. And people literally died during that time because, you know, they froze to death. So, yeah, it was pretty bad.
国家規模の財をなす豪商、莫大な軍事力を掌握する独裁将軍、視線一つで世界を覆せる政界の要人たち、常に強筋かつ陰銀でなくては任務は完璧に遂行できません。
Yeah, I've never been in negative degrees
私の表情が硬いのはその
of
せい
cold
かって。
before.
いいえ、単なる癖ですわ。
Yeah, I prefer you do donuts in the parking lot than to crash in the road.
本日の到着ですの。
But yeah, but hopefully,
まるでクリスマスに働くファータですわね。
we've at least grown from that. My city, I mean. So there shouldn't be any severe power outages. I don't get the funnies though. Like, I'm serious, like my city can't handle even a little bit of snow. If there's snow on the road, everyone freaks the fuck out. Hey Warden, yeah, we're doing I'm doing NeuroCloud. It's kind of like my the game of choice when there's nothing going on in Girls Frontline 1 or 2.
昔からずっと儀仗兵は国家のメンツと君主の威厳の象徴でした。現実にいた頃の出番といえば
I can send you some
厳
snow
か
if you
な
want.
式典ばかりで席巻するのはお偉方だらけ。国家規模の財をなす
Well, since it's snow as well. Honestly, I enjoy the snow
莫大な軍事力を
personally.
掌握する独裁将軍。
I do enjoy the
視
snow.
線一つで世界を覆せる政界の要人たち、常に強筋かつ陰銀でなくては任務は完璧に遂行できませんの。
You think I'm trying it out?
私の表情が硬いのはそのせいかって。
If you're
いいえ、
I'm not sure if you enjoy reading story or not. But in terms of story, to me it's better than a good bit of games. I think it's better than Girls Frontline 1 story.
本日の到着ですの。
In terms of gameplay, it's a lot more mixed.
まるでクリスマス
I think the
に
gameplay is
働く
actually
ファ
really
ータ
good
です
for an
わ
auto
ね。
battler. It's probably the most involved auto battler I played. But at the end of the day, it's still an auto battler. Like, in terms of auto battlers, if you've... I'm trying to think of like a common auto battler that people actually play a lot. Because the only one I can think of is Nikkei, but that's not really comparable. Is the game still receiving updates? No, it's basically a maintenance mode at this point. I think the last update they had was, I want to say in 2024, like late 2024.
莫大な軍事力を掌握する独裁将軍。視線一つで世界を覆せる正解。
Or it could have been, actually no, I remember now. It was the beginning of 2025 before Girls Online 2 took off globally.
任務は完璧に遂行できませんの。私の表情が硬いのはそのせいかって？いいえ、単なる癖です。
Everything's going good. How you doing, Recon? Yeah, there's a fax right there. Late 2024 for China, mid 2025 for other servers.
まるでクリスマスに働くファータですわね。
Yeah, you can say Project Mirror Cloud was effectively abandoned, which is unfortunate. Yeah, that's why I say it got abandoned. They're just keeping the lights on. Yeah, everything went to Girls Frontline too. According to a localizer that mods the Girls Frontline 1 Discord, all resources got pushed over to Girls Frontline 2.
私、当然指揮係ですの。
Yeah, at least it got to have an ending. That's the thing I do enjoy about Girls Frontline 1 and 2. They actually got the finish. Okay, that was a while since I actually did a little yap session. Okay, let's go. I will agree, it got done a little dirty. I think the main issue with PNC is that it was never advertised well. I think that's his biggest problem. No one really knew about this game. People knew about Girls Frontline 1, but they got filtered out. But I don't think they even knew about Project Mirror Cloud. Okay, let's just start it. Can you see? What you're looking at now is the consciousness digitization interface, but you don't need to worry about that. Let me handle it. Let me finish. Your mind will be digitized into neural cloud data, just like those dolls took part in Project Neural Cloud. Doesn't this seem a bit familiar? You're seeing things. Seeing as someone's going up there with you, I shouldn't need to go on about this too much. Together? Ooh, what's going on? Like I said, this Progressia is unstable. Who knows exactly how chaotic? That's why there's no need to be alarmed no matter what you see. Just focus and deal with its iteration. What iteration? How chaotic? Answer my questions. Preparation to upload her with you. All complete. But keep in mind, characteristics must adapt. Her voice gradually fades away and my vision also begins to dim. The view before me is nothing like I remember from when I was uploaded. What on earth is... Wait. What even... Are you ready? Hell no! Beep. Transfer complete. Loading. Regrassia cloud. When the game is so niche, even the devs forgot it. Professor? Professor, are you okay? Why are you asleep on the ops room? Just recalling some stuff. Something about the real world? Maybe. It's all a bit blurry. Maybe something to do with the instability during the upload. I see. It is still incredibly rare for a human to get uploaded to the cloud. I do not think your worries are unfounded. There might be hidden problems within your neural systems. Would you like me to take a look after the interview is over? No, I don't think it's that serious. Oh, wait, interview? Ah, have you forgotten, Professor? You promised to offer an interview with this afternoon. You even said that I get access to the exclusive piece. Willow, why did you enter without permission? Getting the jump on people is my specialty. What's this? Well, suddenly approached Persicaria, eyes glittering. Nervous, huh? Are you perhaps scared of me running to something big? What do you mean? There's nothing of the sort. What about it, Professor? Do you remember what I needed? I remember you saying that the material has to be unique enough to attract an audience, and it'd be okay to make something up. Yep. This special column is specifically for recording tales of both the legendary and the whimsical. The Lord of the Oasis, Linker of the Great Regrassia, Pathfinder for the Lost. The direction of modern warfare. Even if you looked around and the entirety of the Oasis, who could you find that's possibly more worthwhile? Just who put the name Lord of the Oasis in your head? So, what do you have for me, Professor? Anything will do. So that's how it was. I was contemplating the contents of the interview, and that's why I fell asleep. So that bit of data that appeared just then should be... Come to speak of it, I got a story that I prepared ages ago, but never got the chance to tell. I almost completely forgot about it, but it seems to have resurfaced when you reminded me. Wow, sounds like some stuff of legend. What kind of story is it then? The inspiration came from one of my friends, formerly under the employ of a certain military company. Could this friend be... You can call them the Commander. Commander? Sounds rather prim and proper. And a bit suspicious, no doubt, but no matter how outlandish you make it, there's nothing more professional. There's nothing some professional editing can't save. Hit me with it. Well, all in all, this friend, alongside friends and dolls, experienced countless battles, triumphed over countless crises, and accidentally came upon some classified information. In order to find some possible hidden truths within this information, this friend decided to take the form of data and upload themselves into the Regrassia cloud. Seems uncannily familiar. Well, I did indeed put together some existing experiences of mine. A story must be 7 parts false and 3 parts real to draw people in, no? Alright, what's next? Uploading humans' consciousness is extremely dangerous. Thus, there was a need to conduct an iterative test first. The story I would tell happens during these tests. So, for the sake of safety, it's best that the commander is uploaded by himself. But the cloud doesn't have any forces capable of protecting him. What a headache. For 16, I'd have expected you to have more faith in the commander's self-preservation abilities. According to what you said, the human neural composition is unique, and as of right now, the cloud does not possess the ability to create and load backups. I said that Persica will assist the commander in the cloud, and can ensure their safety. As second in command, I must ensure their absolute safety, no matter what the situation. In any case, I should scout out the situation first and make a decision afterwards. Dr. Persica sighed, showing a "I knew this was going to happen" type of expression. Fine, let's just call it preparatory measures before uploading. I can provide you with the testing ground for iterating. This is a backup document I got with a friend's help, originally intended for testing the upload ports. Originally? So this has always existed but was never used. There must be a reason for that now. Don't bring me on the spot like that. With things as they are, a backup is already a big deal. Essentially, this backup is terribly unstable, where the circumstances are of no experimental value. It's only good for testing adaptability. Unstable? Is the problem that serious? Yes, it's distinctly different from the original grassy cloud, from the environment to the agent's neural clouds. But if it at least passes for basic scrutiny, and then it can be safely retrieved from it. Because I have control of this backup, adding a temporary port for uploading is a piece of cake. So that means I can upload this backup with the commander. You can interpret it that way. Commander, your thoughts? I had no objections. Let 416 come along. Oh, she'll never rest easy. Dr. Persica did not confirm or deny the statement, only raising her cup of coffee to her mouth. She'd been without rest for quite a while. Because of this matter, and the black borders around her eyes are growing thicker. While we have the chance, there's nothing stopping us from testing out the viability of uploading T-dolls. Right, since the commander is logging in under a false identity, it's best if you had your own codename for 16. We'll still have some time, so you better go sort that out, Professor. Like that, the commander and 416 prepare to enter the cloud backup. 416? A gun from a few decades ago, right? What a cool name! She sounds like she's really familiar with that commander. Yeah, she was one of my friend's most competent adjutants. She had an intense affinity for the battlefield and was equally as intense in personality. I see. Let me write that down. Hey Nixon, hey Mango, how's it going? And then, what happened next? Then, let me think. Are we ready? Let's get this upload done Let's get this upload done with smoothly. My coffee's getting cold. Well, doesn't Clukay mean something like goddess or something like that? Like, it was something that was very proud, like, in meaning. Yeah, we should be good. Speaking of, are things going to be the same with the actual upload? Who knows? But there's no chance I'll be making a nicer looking interface for you. If you have any more questions, go ask that Persica. Just remember, her personality isn't the same as mine. The upload felt far worse than expected. It was as if the currents were disassembling my body, gradually taking away all sensation and control I had of it. My mind was descending into the endless void, the ethereal state of being shaking me to my core. Am I still alive? Who am I? In a time where nothing is within my control, how should I be defined? As my thoughts began to run rampant out of my control, 416's voice appears in my consciousness. Commander. Commander, can you hear me? I hear you. Where are we? Auditory modules functioning adequately. How are you feeling? I'm not sure how long I can stay conscious for. Not quite used to the feeling of digitation yet? As expected, can't let you out of my sight for a second. And you? You look like you're doing pretty well. Naturally. You cannot hope to match my divinity adults have with data by nature. Are you feeling a bit better now? I suppose you're right. I'm a bit better. 416, can you keep talking to me? Of course. Do you remember who you are supposed to be now? Professor? Good. Now, what about how you should refer to me? Clukay. That's what we agreed on, right? Looks like the loading's about to finish. We'll be in the cloud soon. Wait. This data search. What? It's far too unstable here. My still sluggish senses caught on to onto the change in 416's tone, but not what dangers my surroundings hid. My consciousness was dragged into some sort of vortex. The senses I've so painfully gathered torn apart once more. Commander! Crap, this continues to data. Focus! Get over here! What remained of my sight and hearing screamed to me as she was doing everything she could to approach me. Between the chaotic streams of data, I could not discern which direction she was calling me from, and could not hope to control my digitalized hand at will. Commander! Grab onto my hand and don't let the data torrents isolate you. Put your focus on me. I'm here. Look at me. The data stream raged like a whirling storm, yet like a rushing body of water. As my connection erred on the edge of being swept away, her hand firmly grasped on, dragging me back. My senses drifted in and out, but as she approached, I was sure of something protecting me firmly within itself. A steady clump of data surrounded me, like an imperceptible embrace. Thank goodness. At least... My consciousness cut off. I was immersed within a sleep-like quietude, and an imperceptible amount of time passed. I was met with a sudden falling feeling, my mind returning to its place suddenly. I attempted to move, realizing that I was laid out flat on the ground. Where's Clukay? Can you stand? I look up, a familiar doll in front of my eyes. Seemingly observing my condition, I support myself with the paper stone floor, trying to shake away my dazed state. Looking over my surroundings, I found myself in an oddly familiar room, but my dizziness prevented me from gathering more details. You don't seem to have any major problems about you. I scouted the surrounding areas and there are no major threats. Thank you, Clukay. A moment of blankness appeared on her countenance. It was quickly masked. If one was not familiar enough, they'd never pinned down that abnormality in a lifetime. What? Oh, don't worry about it. You don't ask someone like this often. What's going on? Don't try to shoulder everything. Before we go on any more chatter, I have some things I need to confirm with you. A sudden stiff tone and foreign attitude, abnormalities I cannot ignore. Why so by the book all of a sudden? Well, ask away. My first question then. Who are you? Okay, yeah, I just remembered. I'm gonna have to play the stages now, at least for this event, because the stages actually has plot.
私の実力を見せてあげる。
In the ops room. Professor, Willow, your drinks. Thanks, Persicaria. As I was saying, that was when I found out what was abnormal with her. It wasn't a big deal, but... Hang on a second, that's not a big deal! Even if Dr. Persicaria reminded us ahead of time that this backup instability might be even worse than expected, the situation on the ground is still so far beyond imagination. In this disorderly room, strewn with instruments and research materials, I emanate a heartfelt sigh. What was that? Nothing. Let's return to our previous topic. You're asking who I am? If there's no third person here, yes. Her demeanor seems to settle down from her previous mystification. Her gaze on me now even more foreign. She doesn't know me anymore. I don't know what that means exactly. About that question, I need to confirm your current status. I extend my hand by habit, attempting to establish a connection with her. With a crisp sound, my hand was slapped away before it even reached her. What are you doing? She didn't use any significant force, and compared to her habitual swatting away of others, it was more akin to a surprised reaction. Sorry, I didn't mean to intrude on your personal space. I just wanted to make sure to take a look at your neural systems. If that's too much to ask, a self-inspection report is fine as well. Thought circuits function normally. Memory modules continually reporting errors. This is quite unlike being fresh out of a factory. I must have been involved in some incident not long ago where my memory modules was damaged. A level-headed judgment. Looks like your thought circuits are perfectly intact. Then none of the information about me was preserved. Obviously, whatever information about you that existed was not important enough to be written into my base code. But I scanned your signature, and you do indeed have the rights to command me. And you still smack away my hand. That's entirely unrelated. Any normal doll would have the same reaction. In any case, I am trying to self-repair my memory module. How long would it take? Hey, Traces, how's it going? Unknown. I can carry out the mission while proceeding with repairs with no impact on my operational efficiency. I am highly efficient in combat. I hope that your presence will not deduct from my capabilities. Her disposition was proud and cold, far more so than when I first met her. Since you referred to me by Clukay, that must be my code name. How should I refer to you in your proceedings? Professor. My code name is Professor. You can also call me Hero. I don't need another name. Professor will do. Fine with me. Do you still remember the mission objectives? Protect you. That's everything left. That line has been emphasized repeatedly, even appearing multiple times in different places, in reminders, operation listings, written objective information, and personal notes respectively. Looks like this objective to protect you is exceptionally important. Of course it's important, since you requested it yourself after all. Pardon me? Nothing. I spent some time succinctly explaining our current situation to Clukay, and some necessary prerequisite knowledge. I understand the situation. As the mission says, I will ensure that you are not harmed. I should say, however, that my first objective is to protect you, not to obey your commands. When it comes down to it, I will follow my own judgment. How remarkably distant. Do I come across as the type of person to brim with affection the moment I see someone? No. Back to track then. Any clue where exactly this place is? Truth be told, this place is getting more familiar to me by the second, to the point of being suspicious. This room is really way too similar to the style of an old acquaintance of mine. Old acquaintance? What a shame. My office isn't decorated with anything contemporary. A familiar voice rang out. What might you be doing here? Fine chilling my rivals. Continuity, I barely knew her. Yeah, we finally got a glimpse in Clukay's mind. She's literally all like, protect the commander, protect. I'm gonna be real with you, since Rivals came out, who plays Overwatch? Overwatch feels like old news now. I do. Feels bad. Oh, I was. The Oasis, in an office lingering in the... Oh, no, stop. No, stop. The Oasis, in an office lingering with the scent of black tea. Listen to my tale. Willow slaps her own forehead. Hold on, I don't get all of this. So, didn't you get uploaded from Dr. Perska's office? Why is she in your face again? It is true that my friend was also very perplexed. The person who appeared there wore different clothes, but if one judged by demeanor and tone, it couldn't be anyone other than Dr. Persica. So that's to say, the upload messed up? There's no doubt that my friend has been truly uploaded. Then... do you remember what Dr. Persica said? Don't put me in a spot like that. With things as they are, a backup is already a big deal. Essentially, this backup is terribly unstable, where the circumstances are of no experimental value. It's only good for testing adaptability. Unstable? Is the problem that serious? Yes, it's distinctly different from the original Magrassian cloud, from the environment to the agent's neural clouds. They really did come to the cloud, but just a chaotic one. The agents with that backup had their neural clouds changed to massive extents. Wait, hang on. So that abrasive Persica is... Willow looked at the ops room's door, their direction Persicaria left just a few minutes ago, and trembled. Could she be a flipped version of the Persicaria we're familiar with? That's exactly right. Two negatives net a positive, and our Persicaria became like a real Dr. Persica after two flips. The fact of the matter took a great deal of time for me to adjust as well. I really don't like dealing with this type of situation. When did you get here? She asked tiredly. Perhaps because she had already scanned my signature, she was hesitant to give the orders for us to be driven out. I'm not exactly sure either. We ran into some trouble while uploading, and I blacked out for a while. I can see you're in good condition. Or you're in poor condition. If that wasn't the case, any proper researcher wouldn't be treading important research material underfoot. I subconsciously take a step back, learning that the piece of paper under my foot was a document. Oh, whoops. I rubbed my forehead, acting like I was still affected by whatever haziness was still in my system. I handled the document smoothly like a combat report, pretending to be calm and collected. Sorry, I'm still working through the upload effects. I didn't notice. Didn't notice that those aren't research materials at all, and are in fact scrapped blueprints. The air seems to come to a standstill. You're not the professor. Who are you to be taking their identity? Before any further jostling between me and Persicaria, the previous silent Clukay suddenly sprung into action. Wait, Clukay! Before I was done speaking, Clukay had tackled her onto the ground with speed of greased lightning. No time for chit-chat. You communicate in poor measure, Professor. She's already seen through you. Calm down. I'm just poking a bit, because compared to the Professor I remember... Don't move! Clukay looked over first. If she calls reinforcements, things will get hairy. I don't intend to. You can check my outgoing connections if you wish. I don't mind. But before I confirm your identity and intentions, I'm not going to say anything. I have a multiple interrogation techniques stored in my neural cloud. Care to try them out? Clukay, don't be so hasty. We can use more friendly. I began to try to persuade her by habit, but she stopped my words in her tracks with a cold stare. Okay. My mission is to ensure your safety. I'll be the judge of how best to accomplish that goal. With a doll on guard like this, you're not getting a thing out of her. That may be so, but with some steering. We don't have the time to waste on attempts. I understand your concerns, but we'll be operating here for an extended period. Before you have a proper grasp of the situation, it'd be wise to avoid making enemies and reduce the amount of risk outside our control. I can deal with threats. Not all, correct? When you talk to her first, if you sense danger during this process, you can act at your own discretion. Clukay stares at Persicaria, making sure that she is well and truly not making any funny moves. Clukay slowly looks towards me. If you really must insist. With those words, she relaxes her grip on Persica.
私一人で十分よ。
Backup cloud inside Persicaria's office. If there are no missing details, then that is the current situation. If this is what you're after, I have no objections. It's good that we can reach an understanding. Initially, this Persicaria maintained a none of my business attitude. It took my word that we would leave as soon as possible and stop interrupting her sleep for her to begin listening. Afterwards, I used what concise language I could to describe my identity and goals. I sincerely apologize for what happened earlier. Me and my partner are not the most in sync yet. That's whatever. Let's get this over with. I need some sleep. Long story short, this is the sector of Magrassi responsible for maintaining a supercomputer, Enigma. For who knows what reason, Magrassia is in a state of utter chaos, to the extent that I don't even know how long it's been going on for. But I ran scans, and every data function, principle, and law are completely normal. And the only exception is you? Correct. All the other agents you see in Magrassia, me included, are not the same as they originally were. What about uploaded agents then? You mean me? Since every agent in Magrassia has been changed in some way, perhaps Clukay's memories were subjected to similar circumstances? A sharp observation. That's one way to look at it. Could you take a look at her, Persicaria? We'll leave the moment it's done. Deal. Clukay, was it? Come with me for a second. A few minutes later, with Clukay's report in hand, Persicaria looks towards me with many thoughts seemingly and on her mind. What is it? She wasn't influenced, but her neural composition seems to differ from us quite a bit. Have her personality traits changed? Have you observed any... Before she was at the end of her sentence, Clukay's figure flickered for but a second. My composition doesn't seem the most stable. Some type of malfunction? Seeing as you're here under the professor's name, at least pretend to be a bit professional. You haven't realized that she's just a neural segment? Neural segment? Me? Did you guys run into any accidents? Maybe during the upload. Crap, if this continues, your data! Focus! Get over here! What remained of my sight and hearing screamed to me that she was doing everything she could to approach me. Between the chaotic strings of data, I could not discern which direction she was calling to me from, and could not hope to control my digitalized hand at will. Commander! Grab it to my hand. Don't let the data torrents isolate you. Put your focus on me. I'm here. Look at me. The data streamed raged like a whirling storm, yet surged like a rushing body of water. As my connection erred on the edge of being swept away, her hand firmly grasped on, dragging me back. My senses drifted in and out, but as she approached, I was sure of something protecting me firmly within itself. A steady clump of data surrounded me, like an imperceptible embrace. Thank goodness. At least. We ran into some difficulties, but Clukay most likely doesn't remember now. I'm not clear on exactly what happened, but according to Clukay back then, it was a data torrent. And that's enough. She was most likely split apart back then. But I don't feel any significant decline in power. Is that because the original me was even stronger? That is one possibility. Another one is that, looking at your data, you weren't split onto mini segments. If the only problem you notice is memory loss, then it's most likely that there are only two segments, and both are distinct conscious entities. Wait a minute, you mean... There's another Clukay with the memories and is active in some part of Gracia. The worst that happened with Mekti was that she had PTSD. But polarized light made her grow out of that PTSD. Bad camp.
前方に敵を発見しましたおとなしく死になさい勝つのは私よ
Yeah, but when Mekti whenever Mekti was in real danger, she would freeze up and then like get into PTSD mode and like start like begging to not be hit and stuff like that. Her civilian life was really bad. Like really bad. It was not good. Oasis Ops Room. Hearing this, Willow's eyes widened. What do you mean? There were two Clukays? Yeah. Persecutor meant that she's been split in two. One with the memories, one with the personality, and both with half the power. Bisected Clukays! Sounds like a good title for a night novel. Right, did you guys go looking for Clukay's other half then? That was the idea, but these things are easier said than done. After all, the compromised neural clouds wasn't limited to Persecaria, who had turned into herself, but affected the agents, administrators, sanctifiers, and even reversed Babylon Tower. Dylan, please. Kinda accurate though. Even reversing the reverse Babylon Tower? What kind of LCD backup? All in all, that's everything I can give you. I'm just here to help the administrator with research projects anyway. Anything else? That's all I need. Anything else on your mind? What's on my mind the most is you. It was as if she was looking at walking garbage. Don't get the wrong idea. I mean the other half of your neural cloud. Letting another Clukay be out and about can't be good for anyone's safety. What do you mean, can't be good? Oh, I don't know. The type that comes with tackling people on the ground at will. Are you doubting my professionalism? Seems like poor safety standards to me. Doesn't the other me have the memories? If she remembers the mission objective, she'd come looking for you. A good bit of time has passed before I woke up, right? I'm not sure how long exactly, but during that time, she wasn't able to find me, or rather, did not look for me. So it's time for us to move out. I take it that you've gotten along pretty well with me before? Do you mind that a lot? If it doesn't start the mission, then I have no objectives. If you're going to look for the other neural segment, we have resources here at the Enigma sector that may be of use. Resources? For Gracia's greatest database, Enoch, or ENIAC, is here. If you were to search using her abilities, there's a good chance that you'd be able to find what you're looking for. Don't attract too much attention, though. The Sanctifiers from the upright Babylon Tower have been patrolling the area for some time now. Especially that workaholic Loli. I understand. We'll go out and look for ENIAC immediately. Persicaria, can you help? Can you come help out? Do I really have to? If you just show me the way, I can do that from here. As for combat? She looked at Clukay with indescribable emotions in her eyes. She'll be enough, surely. Or are you afflicted with a case of I don't have enough firepower? Before Clukay can respond, a string of alarms ring out, and a frantic series of steps can be heard from outside. Don't pull out your gun yet, though it would be nice if you could take care of that annoying guy. So long as a possible danger exists. Clukay, this is Persicaria's turf. Stow the gun, wait for orders. Yes. She lowers her weapon, retreats a half step, then takes up a defensive position next to me. The very next second, the office door is shoved open by someone. I finally found you! Oh, my oh so very beautiful, elegant, reliable, and competent Miss Persicaria. Please, help me. You are... not done with all the rosy stuff even at a time like this. What happened, Newman? Okay. Persicaria. With the Vivisector in its current dire straits, you're the only thing I care to rely upon. Eh? 416? The agent named Newman scans the room before landing on Clukay. It was as if he found this pillar to lean on and immediately approached, staying precisely outside of the range that would present him as a threat. Is that PNC Raymond? What the fuck? It was like he already knew what this is acceptable for Clukay, and even accurately enunciates that name. What did you call me? Oh, most dignified, battle-seasoned, calm and collected, and supremely attractive Miss 416. ENIAC's in trouble again. What, ENIAC? Hey, don't kneel on the ground! Please, save us again! The Sanctifiers are coming to reset my baby girl! Yeah, I hate him. Don't worry, it's cool. The Oasis Ops Room. A swath of emotions explode on Willow's face, her hand gripping her pen recorder tightly, looking as if she'd like to start on the drafting right this moment. Clukay's lost her memories, the rest is in chaos, the agent personality flip, and a Sanctifier attack. What a spectacular mess of events! Indeed. I thought back to Newman's anxiety-stricken face. It was truly difficult to associate him with this dandy-esque attitude. And then, did you help this dandiest Newman save ENIAC? We were still looking for the other half for Neuro Cloud, but as things were, we'd have to help out first. We'd only get access to ENIAC's database if she survived the crisis at hand. Other half of the Neural Cloud? What a long name. How about we come up with a nickname for her? Seeing as if Clukay by my side was missing their memories, the other half should still be perceived herself as 416. Then we'll call her 416. It's not the same as the original? Let's just settle for 416. It's simple and easy. Let's continue. You're going to find 416 with Clukay. Well, is there going to be some duel of the face involved? John Cena. We'll call her John Cena. Also, why is anyone referring to Clukay as 416? Must be that kind of situation. The classic 3 figures traverse a path to the admin center. So that's the situation, I understand. The beautiful yet distant lady that helped us in the Enigma sector made use of our database and then left in a hurry. Is not Miss Clukay, but Miss 416. Sure, let's go with that. She looked towards me as she replied. So what now? We look for her? That's a part of me too, you know. That's not me. I understand that you're just Clukay right now, but that doesn't matter. I still trust you. Even if I am just another doll of the same model, the logic of humans and dolls differ. To me, you're still you. The logic of humans indeed. She grumbled to herself, somewhat uneasily. Newman looked at me, then back at Clukay, clapping his hands together in a brisk motion. Oh, that's how you do it. How romantic, eloquent, and vivid. Unfortunately, my language library doesn't allow me to structure such expressive phrases. If I were a bit better at talking, perhaps there wouldn't be so many problems between me and ENIAC. By your neural temperaments, you're more the easy come, easy go type, right? Oh, no way! He isn't. The guy just repeats a lot of pleasantries. Then you'll get used to it if you keep it listening. Where's the carrier? When do you come in? I think I started walking over. Don't hang up on me. It makes it a lot easier to monitor stuff on the fly. Saves time. I'll add an encrypted channel for you two as well. A trick an old friend taught me. So that's what's up with that database. I mean, ENIAC? Miss Clukay, every bit as perfect as 416. Allow me to explain. We had some squabbles, and she refused to work soon thereafter. I can't get her up and running no matter what I do. And now the upright Babylon Tower is classifying her as the regular agent. A regular agent? Persecutor said that they'd be hunted down, right? Exactly! A greater sanctifier is at the sector's doors. And if it continues, my baby girl ENIAC is going to be reset. So we'll have to take care of this first before we can look at our target. Already at the doors? Are the greater sanctifiers going to use force? Naturally, outlandishly handsome and brilliantly perceptive companion of Miss Clukay. Truth be told, I used administrative rights earlier to activate the sector's self-quarantine measures and lock the sanctifiers out at the outermost layer. Judging from the name, these quarantine measures must be moderate. If these sanctifiers weren't a waste of space, I cannot imagine that these methods will impede them for long. Perfectly correct, Miss Clukay. Precisely observant and rich in experience. So I come to Persecaria for help. As we have seen, that was a gift from fate. Meeting you was truly a stroke of luck. Stop babbling. How far away are we? Let's sort it out now then. Oh no, I don't care. Nixon. Man. You're so harsh. I just realized there's touring here, and not Persica. Inside Enigma, the dandified version of Newman leads us along a corridor at a brisk pace. Just then, your methods resolve the situation quickly. Looks like you're not entirely useless. So until now, you assume me to have no noble traits whatsoever? Do you think your projecting makes you look trustworthy? An attitude thoroughly different from before. Needing to reestablish a relationship of trust with Clukay without her memories is obviously an unexpected predicament. At least, Clukay is still Clukay. It's merely getting acquainted with each other again, for both of us. What are you smiling about, weirdo? Data center. We're here! Newman shut the door open in a hurried manner, bright light pouring outwards inside. I squint my eyes, attempting to gaze inwards. Above the great outer shell of a computer, a girl's projection is curled up and suspended midair. She appears to be sleeping. What's all of this? Sorry. Let me adjust the lights. Alright. Should be okay now. What was that like just then? There's no way you had to turn on all the lights to get her out of bed, right? That's exactly right. As expected of the ever forthright Miss Clukay. Truth be told, I tried all the methods I could think of without harming her. This is just another failed attempt. Not an uncommon method among human parents, I thought. So, any ideas, you two? Unfortunately, I can't say I am familiar with the steps necessary for working in AI. Let's seek out the omnipotent Miss Persica for help. Don't imitate Newman, will you? Let me see. Huh. When did ENIAC enter hibernation? This is gonna be a headache. While she's hibernating, there's nothing we can do. We'll have to send someone into her neural cloud to see what the issue is. I'll do it. Can I, ENIAC? Dad's here! Didn't you just say you guys squabbled? She'd be adverse to whatever you want to do right now. I'm in stitches right now. Hearing that, Newman's shoulders slumped downwards in dejection. Before I could say any words in consolation, he whips his head around, looking towards Clukay with hopes in his eyes. But what of Miss Clukay? She's one and the same as with Miss 416, and ENIAC should see the two as the same. You're certain? I can guarantee you this lady is ENIAC's favorite. There's no way it doesn't go well. That may well work out, but we'll have to see what Clukay thinks of it. My mission is to protect the professor. If the sanctifiers were to make their way in while I'm connected, who'll be there to stop them? Leave it to me, beautiful and mighty Miss Clukay. I'll do my very best. You alone? Oh, of course. For a researcher to protect another, and for me to aid the professor, Miss Clukay. I would not refuse if you asked 1,000, nay, 1,000,000 times. Clukay looks at Newman with suspicion in her eyes, but Newman is oblivious. Helpless, she turns to me. And I'm supposed to trust someone like this? I'm no specialist at getting children out of bed either. She is on good terms with 416, not me. Could you plug me in with Clukay? I may be able to help. If I'm to stay within Clukay's field of vision at all times, she'd feel more confident too, right? From a technical perspective, it should be fine, I think. I understand. I'll abide by your judgment. Words cannot express my gratitude, Miss Clukay and Professor. If anything is to happen, I will do what I can to immediately alert you to. I await your successful return. The process of connecting with ENIAC's neural cloud is unexpectedly smooth, and we met no obstacles. We are soon submerged within her tutorial layer. ENIAC, stop playing around! You'll still need to learn how to utilize operands properly like we planned. As if! Haven't I learned everything you told me to learn already? Go do your own stuff, leave me alone! This is ENIAC's memory data? Reading and learning, they aren't the same. Educating you is my responsibility, ENIAC. Listen, try a bit harder. I searched through all the data, and I'm done with it. It's all the same thing. But you have to learn so that compared to the noble agents. This again, telling me time and again that I haven't learned something. And if I ask you what exactly it is, you don't even know! What right do you have to push me around like this? You frivolous administrator who does nothing but go around and chat up agents? You're nasty! The rebellious girl turned around, huffing, shutting down the operation of a series of databases in spite. Newman stood to the side, hands tied. It was as he said. He couldn't really speak to the point. Save for his common mannerisms, it could be said that he was poor with words, especially with respect to his own daughter. Wake up, ENIAC! If you keep shirking like this, the sanctifiers are going to sanctify you. What? That woke you up? Looks like you are not so dedicated to your little strike after all. Though since you've been determined as an irregular agent to refusing to work, you'll be able to understand why I'm a fan of getting off work early, right? If you be good and cooperate with Reset, it'll be a win-win. Lady Angelus, please stay for a while. Stay? I appreciate the thought, but I'm only here to get the job done before returning to my holiday. Dear no, most respected Lady Angelus, please hear me out. We can actually have a nice and lovely day. Why are you still making advances? That's a sanctifier you're flirting with. That's not what I mean. So I think we may not make it. I don't have a healer. Until I'm not sure it's not you. Dylan catching strays. Yeah, let him put a healer in here real quick.
Christmas パレード。アナライザーのデバッグ完了。
私の実力を見せてあげる。
Yep. I feel racially profiled. That feels wrong.
私の実力を見せてあげる。こんなの見飽きたわ。最善を尽くすわ。
Hey, Dylan just knows that the monsters just need love.
私一人で十分よ。最善を尽くすわ。こんなの見飽きたわ。私一人で十分よ。
Maniac, hear me out! Shut up! Shut up! I don't need you to tell me what to do, you blockhead! This isn't the time for that! The Signify's already here! Don't want to work, huh? Well, it's not a sentiment I cannot understand. But an irregular agent remains an irregular agent. Angelus draws her bow, aiming it at ENIAC, showing no mercy. Realizing the gravity of the situation, ENIAC falls into a panic. I learned how to fight! This what I do! Hey, dodge! Dodge where? Lady Angelus, could you please put away that bow? I mean, such a barbarous act would hardly be fitting of your beauty. My thanks for your flattery, sir, with the honey words. But the only thing befitting of me is getting off work. As she speaks, she starts to loosen her bowstring. Stop! Angela stiffens up. Heavens knows when, but a gun is pressed up against the back of her head. To be able to approach me without revealing your presence. Who are you? The gun-wielding agent making a sudden entrance ignored the startled Angelus, only looking at ENIAC placidly. Girl over there, are you ENIAC? I don't know what happened here, but I'm here to borrow the database for a bit. I can't allow you to be disposed of yet. This is really going to be to drag into on the overtime, huh? Let's get this over with, for the good of everyone here. As the agent pulls the trigger, Angelus' figure darts away from the bullet's trajectory at incredible speed. The archers draws their bow. The marksman takes aim. Wow, sick! Is this what a strong agent truly is? No man wants to learn that! The scene before one's eyes fractures into a million pieces, dissolving into the surrounding data streams. Professor, that was ENIAC's memories. That agent looks exactly like me. Is the 416 we're looking for then? Most likely. What's more notable though is that we're still in a tetrade layer even after that memory's gone. By the looks of it, the master of this realm is interested in having a bit of a chat. As we spoke, images convened once more, and the girl we saw previously, the database ENIAC, was now skipping towards us with a spring in her step. Bit 6416! When'd you get back? That's not me. Eh? But your identifier and your neural cloud, you're the same agent. Oh yeah, look, I'm studying your combat records. You saw the replay, right? You're just so cool! That's not me, whatever. And who's this? One of your companions? Yeah, I'm her... good friend. Clukay did not speak, and signed confirmation of my words. You see, she had a little accident, and doesn't remember what happened before. Could you tell us about it, ENIAC? Oh, of course I can! Are you okay with that? Do you feel unwell anywhere? I'm alright. In the face of the girl's overwhelming passion and care, Clukay was at a loss what to do, and could only turn away. That's good then. You're so strong. I'm sure everything will be just fine. I remember you appearing like you were descending from the heavens and sent that Angelus or something back in an instant. I remember every move. And then they mumbled something like, I'm heading out, this isn't winnable, and flew off. The adults really are useless. Are the Sanctifier's pieces of work like that? What happened next, ENIAC? Good friend, aka High Oather. And then 416 searched through some data. What'd she search for? I don't know either. She just finished her business and then left and didn't show me anything. Oh, thanks for the gift, Dylan. Let's see who got it. Oh, Longtran. Good choice, actually. Congrats, Longtran, for becoming a member. Maybe she found something important. Ah, I got it. ENIAC suddenly points a finger at me. It's you. Should I call you... Professor is fine. Okay, Professor. Your identifier and 14 memories. There's a ton of stuff about you. That is unexpected. I knew it. You're Big Sis 416's friend. That's amazing. You're hella strong too, right? Hella strong. 100 times better than my stupid dad of mine. Oh, between the two of them, I would be so sure. Besides, I've read those memories you're talking about right now. But there was someone you absolutely trusted once, right? If I didn't have complete trust in someone, there's no way I put it inside my neural bits. Trusted them? Kai seems to be stunned by ENIAC's words and stood still in doubt. If you really can't remember, then let me help out. The records you left behind when you looked through the data here should still be around. These memories are cool too. I suspected the Big Sis. This is 100 times better than whatever information searching Newman taught me. ENIAC adds as she speaks, and a crack finally appears in Clukay's countenance. Hold on a moment. Come, follow me. I'll help you remember. One of some strange irony I had last night, I was playing the Ghost of Minecraft mod and made Star, right? I opened up the door to my base and a fucking creeper blows me up. That is a good sense of irony there. But yeah, I agree with Dylan. The creeper is Groza. Progressively angrier. She is progressively more frustrated. Because the thing about Clukay is that her stock personality is very bad. Like, actually detrimental to her as both as a character and as a fighter. This was a memory about a battlefield. This is not a firefight, but a series of arduous rescue operations. Gunfire, clashing metal, footsteps, conversation, and the sounds of words growing more distinct in the surroundings. Gather on me, check your ammo, and prepare for the next wave! Don't you worry, just do as I say, go! This is a memory of that operation, in a campaign long ago. She was as tenacious and composed as always. This credit should not be mine. I do not think that I was capable of saving everyone. And that is... The commander believed in you. They said to rescue all the dolls, and I carried out the order. I have no right to be standing here, but so long as it's an order, then I shall comply. Because victory shall only belong to the commander, and only through victory can I see a future. These... how? You never said the things to me. That's not me! Is that what you really think? Whatever. Though I don't want to admit it, I can feel that those memories are indeed for myself. Before this, there was always a barrier in my cognition of you. The vision told me you were important, but I had no memory to tell me why. And now? Do you remember? Although I cannot remember those battles, that I should by all means, and a little something else. But I must say that to the me in a previous time, you are someone worth putting absolute trust in. Unexpectedly honest of you, Clukay. I do not wish to be described as unreasonably persistent. Between me and the more relaxed Clukay, ENIAC appeared with a whoosh, now finished with the replay. You see? Isn't that super cool? Just like this. Pew pew, pew pew! Hey, don't go around pointing guns towards people. Didn't anyone teach you anything about this? Him? As if he would. I replicated those weapons using data anyway. That useless data mine doesn't know how to do anything but hit on people everywhere. He was never going to teach me anything. I'm sure he has his own troubles. No way, I'm not buying it. I ran the calculations ages ago, and if he wants to deal with viruses and those original sanctifiers, we gotta have weapons. He just keeps going on and on about his stuff and only tells me that I haven't got the basics down. All my calculations are correct, but he keeps making me verify practicing on and on. So you went on strike? I'm not striking. I still conducted my own calculations while hibernating. Let me show you, Big Sis 416. Ah! Enid reaches her head excitedly, and the entire space shakes in unison. Her expression becomes unfocused. Calm down. What's going on, ENIAC? Something's wrong, Professor. Her neural clouds become unstable. Is it due to too big of an emotional impulse? No, this should be an internal influence. We need to log out now. Point me, Professor. But she... Of course I wouldn't forget. ENIAC, grab my hand. Alright, Big Sis. Clukay grabs onto me and ENIAC, dragging us out of the soon-to-be chaotic tertiary layer. bonk,
しく
bonk.
死になさい。勝つのは私よ。私一人で十分よ。こんなの見飽きたわ。
Why did they keep getting rid of my team?
みんなチューリングさ
クリスマスパレードアナライザーのデバッグ完了。
私の実力を見せてあげる。
That weird moment of continuity with the CT flashback for me. I mean, it's not... I would say it's weird when it first came out, but nowadays it makes sense. A few minutes ago, Enigma sector. With a great crash, another wall crumbles, the destroyed building dissipating into operants. Overtime here again. Shouldn't such urgent matters be resolved as soon as possible? Tell me, little Eucharist, how did things turn out like this? What are you saying, Angelus? This was work you were supposed to do in the first place, and you failed to meet the deadline, so it's natural you had to make it up for me, right? If I didn't come along, would you have wanted to simply let this fly and allow the regular agents to do as they please? So what if everyone just did as they please? An agent's life shouldn't be nothing but struggle, do you know? What? The purpose of our existence is to fight in the name of our mission. What do you excuse me, please, can you two beautiful, mighty, elegant, exquisite, cute, and fine ladies wait for a moment? Revered Lady Eucharist, Lady Angelus, may you lower your weapons and hear me out? Newman? Good timing. Failure to report irregular activity last time, and obstruction of justice now. Tell me, pray tell, how shall I punish you? Oh, please believe me, I have no intent to get in the way of your official proceedings. I just think that there might be a few misunderstandings at hand. The striking regular agent's name is ENIAC, yes? Yukara's expression becomes serious and rash. Hand her over, or this matter won't be as mild as taking down a few firewalls. Ladies, please do not commit such cruel acts. Newman trembled, jaw tightening and foot hold firm. You refuse? No matter. When the upright Babylon Tower's judgment arise, perhaps I will be responsible for adjudicating your sins. Surely not, little Eucharis. Not a single round, not a second round of overtime. Angelus, if you don't intend to be subjected to another report of mine to Lord Eosphorus, take aim at the admin center, please. Yeah. Get over with quickly. Please, wait, Lady Angelus. Angelus paid no mind to Newman, raising her bow and arrow casually. In stark opposition to her slovenly demeanor, golden light coalesced within her hand. Seeing this, Newman turned pale. Damn! Defense attempt to act! Before he was finished, he found a prong of Ikara's weapon in his mouth. Not in a good mood today. Don't give me an excuse to detain you. The brilliant arrow traversed through the sky, carrying with it a never-before-seen sense of oppression, homing in on ENIAC's position. As Newman looked on incredulously, the mid-air arrow was hit by something, and fractured away into countless glittering bits of light. Looks like my time was good. Miss Clukay! ENIAC, She's safe and sound. It was weird that PC5 started in 2063, and this is a prequel to the main story, but CT happens in 2064. CT... So, that little portion has always been weird. Because they actually changed, they also altered the timeline like halfway through the story. Because when the game first came out, what I mean by that, I mean Girls from Line 1. When Singularity and CT first came out, it was actually only a year past. It wasn't until later that they shifted over to that 2 years passed during CT. So that's actually more of a Girls from Line 1 problem than Project Neuro Cloud. Cloud and I turned to our sides, simultaneously revealing ENIAC's shelter behind us. ENIAC! Disregarding the situation at hand, Newman ran over, holding ENIAC close. I heard all that. Stupid Dad! Why are you so bad at getting your ideas across? Yeah, Commander Torture. Sorry. So that was all stalling for time, huh? You dare trick me? Looks like I underestimated you, Newman. Newman let go of ENIAC, rising to his full height and facing Eucharist. My daughter, even if she is willful, rebellious, stubborn, and capricious. But no one will take her away from me, and I shall never let you harm her. What kind of image you have in your mind? Ina complained quietly, hanging onto Newman's coattails. Did you send a signal to the tetrade layer to wake us up, Newman? Yeah, I linked ENIAC's neuro cloud and hit the firewall. And came out here just to stall by myself. I think that our sanctifiers is committed to their work. This is how we operate nature. Do not disparage the weight of our duty. Angelus, stop lounging around. Get over here and take care of this little kid on strike. You're not much bigger. Alright, fine, I'll come. Let's get this over with quickly. Wouldn't have it any other way. For the glory of the upright Babylon Tower! An intense battle broke out right at that moment. Just scratching his bloody balls. Just funny in case you just forgot about the change. I'm actually not sure when the change happened. Like, I'm not sure if it's like PNC forgetting about the change or that PNC already finished before the change happened. And PNC was affected by that change, you know? Besides, it's more accurate to say that PNC is a midquel rather than a prequel. It's because of the emulator. Your device is not lagging. the game doesn't run that well because of emulator and streaming at the same time. I'm actually not sure why that's the case. But yeah. I think it's mostly because of the of my computer not having enough RAM. The game doesn't like being a game. Well, I say it's probably because of my RAM, but you know, I play other games and they work just fine and they run smoothly. Yeah, it's probably because of the emulator, primarily. Even as a prequel to the midquel. I see what you're saying now, yeah. I would say Intrinsics, the big reason why this is a thing is because they wanted to confirm without a shadow of a doubt that the professor that we are playing is the commander from Ghost Frontline 1. Because, you know, actually even to this day, if it wasn't for Ghost Frontline 2, people would still think that the commander, or that the professor was his own character and not the commander. And that's primarily because they didn't play PNC, or even look into PNC for that matter. But yeah, this event is like the silver bullet to show that, yeah, the professor is a commander. Yeah, that was the plan beforehand. There's gonna be different protagonists for different games, which honestly, that probably would have been a better idea, but no one liked that idea. None of the players liked that idea. Yeah, even Ghost Frontline 2 was going to have a different commander. I think the big issue at hand was that, okay, let me get some context, right? So the dolls in Project Nero Cloud, they were not the same dolls as they are in Ghost Frontline 1. That was a change that happened in Ghost Frontline 2, where they made it so that all the members combined. Well, for all intents and purposes, the original intent was to have like a different set of characters for Project Nero Cloud and have everything completely separated from Ghost Frontline 1. But I guess people didn't get that memo, and by people I mean in China, because no one liked the idea of cucking ourselves, basically. Like, people just felt weird committing acts of NTR on themselves. And I think that was the biggest issue. And that's what caused the writers to basically redo the concepts. Again with that NTR bullshit. No. It's not like that. Well, I guess it is kind of like, it's kind of like on that same wavelength, but it's not the exact situation, right? Because I say the Raymond thing is way more dumb. It's more of like, people were already attached to the same self-insert that they're already playing. So they wanted to be the same insert for basically the entire series. I know we're talking about Dylan. Like, I guess it's just our... Well, I don't even think any other game or series thought about this in this way. Because when I think about it, like, what other gacha game, at the very least, made a sequel? Or basically, who made a series for the gacha game, right? So, I guess Arknights just now, but like, literally just now is Arknights, but yeah, like, people just weren't keen on having a different character, a different commander for Ghost Frontline. Wasn't during the PNC project, the Ghost Frontline 1 dolls in PNC are actual separate dolls / memories from the Ghost Frontline dolls, and Dylan Lewis was the first to merge. Yes and no. So you are correct in saying that they're actually separate dolls and memories, but it's more of that in the PNC, you can kind of say that the PNC was already the original dolls, and the dolls that we see in Ghost Frontline 1 are derivatives from that original doll. Actually, man, okay, yeah. The Honkai series. Well, Honkai Impact 3rd actually didn't have a self-insert. So it's for just Honkai Star Rail. But yeah, it's a parasocial thing. It's the best way to put that. It's a parasocial thing. A good amount of people, they just weren't really keen. BD2's did have a, BD2 is a sequel. Well, not a sequel, it's a prequel. Brown Death's 1 does have a self-insert, but that self-insert basically doesn't exist in BD2. And now that BD1 is dead, like actually dead, they're going back to the self-insert route, but it's not the same self-insert, but no one played BD1, so they don't care. But yeah, bottom line, originally, Ghost Frontline 1, PNC, and Ghost Frontline 2 were supposedly different commanders. That didn't happen because we as a community did not really like that idea, weren't really keen on that idea. And overall, it was, I guess you can say it was a lot more, it flowed better if you just have the same commander. Now, of course, with PNC, it's a lot more weird because now we have the timeline issue, because now we have to squeeze literally everything in PNC within 2 months in real life, or in the real world for Ghost Frontline 1. Because that's quite literally the only time that PNC could happen. So what happened, because we know that it had at least been several months in PNC throughout the entire storyline. But that can't happen. The time flow has to be different in PNC in order for it to work out. Yeah, I guess you can say the commander he hasn't completed his character arc, but he's way too experienced to have any, like, rookie mistakes, I guess you can say. Yeah, quite literally, the only way it works out is if time moves faster in Gracia. It can't work any other way. And they pretty much confirmed that this did happen in between the time skip of CT and isomers. Yeah, I know what you meant in track 6. Don't worry. Son, I agree. I like Mundo too. Mundo is actually an excellent character. In fact, Reverse Collapse overall is an excellent game. But I guess it works out better because, you know, in the 2090s, the commander should be like, let me double check in my head. Like in his 50s? I mean, he can still fight and shit. He can still fight in command. So it's not like he can't be the main character still, but, you know, he's in his 50s. At that point, you probably should start thinking about adding a new main character. Yeah, bare minimum, he's in his 40s. Javier's Kane. Alright, I'm gonna continue. Wait, I really like this track. This track that's playing right now is really good. I'm gonna have to use it more for when I'm writing. Well, like I said, even in his 50s, he can still fight and stuff. But I'm just saying, at that point, you probably should start thinking about a new main character. In the Oasis Ops room, Willow taps her empty cup, seemingly lost in thought. Not just Newman and ENIAC, but even Yukara's personality took a 180 turn. Oh, whoops. The Sanctifier, originally most proficient at slacking off, is now instead the leading workaholic. But how to put it? Even if ENIAC becomes rebellious, her thirst for knowledge hasn't changed one bit. And even the weird version of Newman was still standing out to protect her. By the looks of it, even a twisted version of Gracia, the things that people care most about persevere in the neural clouds, huh? Do you mean to suggest that Yukara is in fact a hidden slacker? Well, no. Think of it this way. Both Yukaras are the type that latches onto their target and never let go. Indeed. Speaking of in terms of how hard she was to deal with, two aren't much different. Growing tomatoes and tomato accessories. After the breakdown and negotiations, Yukara and Clukay began their heated confrontation. Identify your error. So you're a regular too. Angelus, we're on for overtime. For real. How do things turn out like this? Woe is me. Miss 6416! Get away! Stay back! ENIAC, let me take you somewhere safe. Newman moved to scoot at ENIAC, but she swatted his hands away. Are you really gonna leave Big Sis 14 alone to deal with 2 greatest sanctifiers? Roy should sense responsibility as administrator. This isn't time for that. That's what you always say. I'm not gonna believe you anymore. Now, watch me. The girl's figure dashed backwards, pulling out a gun from who knows where. That's my gun? No, just one that looks like it. I like this from Big Sis 416. Not only replicated within the territory layer, but reproducible in the cloud too? What an incredible learning ability. Just you watch, Newman. Even if you can't protect me, I'm strong enough on my own. ENIAC, you don't know how to fight. It's not the same thing. Go to hell, Eucharist! A golden arrow smashed ENIAC's weapons to bits. Congratulations, Angelus. You finally done something productive! Even if I'm just here to pick off the easy bits. How? Why? Watching someone else fight and having honed battle skills of your own are 2 completely distinct things, Miss Database. Did Newman not teach you that? It's alright, ENIAC. It's alright. Just hide behind me. Could you move aside, Mr. Administrator? The sooner we all get off work, the better we all are. Can you think of anything other than being a lazy bum? Move aside. I'm afraid not. Lovely lady. ENIAC is my mission, my dream, and above all, my daughter. I cannot allow you to destroy her. I don't have time for this, Newman. You know how busy I am. You best give out this futile protection. Not forced to blast through the both of you despite the demotion penalty. Understand? No, Newman, you! Clukay! Don't go forget about me, Miss Sanctifier. Worry not, you must been on my list. Seeing as you don't intend to obey, I'll be sending you all to be reset. The chorus code.
こんなの見飽きたわ。私一人で十分よ。
Battle separated into 2, with Clukay and Eucharis engaging on one side, while I try to talk to Angelus on the other side. Professor, right? Please stand still for a bit. Don't make this any harder for me. In all honesty, I'm too lazy to sanctify you, but work is work. Do you really hate work so much? I find it hard to believe that anyone enjoys overtime. If you kill me, you still will have to do overtime. Look, those 2 over there still are fighting it out. Clukay is strong. Eucharis will call for your assistance soon. I can always deal with you before that happens. I prefer starting with the low-hanging fruit. Have you considered that there might be an easier option? I tried to distract Angelus as I dodged a few stray projectiles, moving towards a safer position. What are you saying? I can let you get off work earlier. Think about it. If your supervisor suddenly becomes unable to discharge their duties, you can take your leave, right? Are you trying to instigate infighting? Do the sanctifiers appear that idiotic to you? How can one call accidental friendly fire during an unloved battle infighting? All it takes is one stray arrow, right? You don't even need to actually attack her. Just making a small inconvenience can cause that same effect. Angelus played with her weapon in her hand silently. For but a split second, I thought I had convinced her. However, that sounds about right, but work is still work. Sorry. Professor! A burst of bullets flew in from the side, knocking Angela's arrow off to the side. Be careful. Kai. Think you have the time to chat? Annoying. Andres, pull back and support me. Take care of this troublesome one first. Oh, that's so much effort. With her in the way, we can get rid of the other two. I get it. Watching two folks attacking Clukay, a plan formulates in my mind. Hey. You hear me, Persicaria? Never thought you remember I existed. But isn't that because you're pretending you don't exist, so you don't have to deal with this mess? Relax, we can sanctify it. I'll go and reset you. My thanks, but we'd like to fight back a bit before that becomes necessary. Can you plug in Clukay's and Newman's encrypted channels? Yeah, of course, but what are you going to do? It's time to formulate our tactics. While this plays, I'm going to use the bathroom. Right back. Imagine trying to get me in chat. How they even work?
私一人で十分よ。トナカイです。おとなしく死になさい。勝つのは私よ。こんなの見飽きたわ。
Oh, good timing. Okay. Dense beams of light and rains of arrows chase after Clukay, but never manage to make the contact. Clukay deftly evades the attacks in a composed manner, which eats gap in Antler's and Icar's movements, inviting a counterattack from her. Seriously, this really is too much trouble. Antler's, pull your act together! Not that I don't want to, but if there's too many arrows out in the air, your line of vision disrupted it, right? Stop with the excuses! Can't deal with me, so you start blaming your teammates? Perhaps this is how competent the greatest sanctifiers really are. I'm gonna keep paying for slander the name of sanctifiers! Angelus, help me remove the disruption! It's too far, I can't see clearly. I can't take aim properly. If you don't catch up, I'm gonna leave for real. You're not getting away? Sacrificial pattern! Within my field of vision, Yukara's finally arrives at our pre-planned position. This direction. Yukai, stop and dodge! As the encrypted communications deliver my words, the pieces and arrangements finally fall into place. ENIAC? No, wait, that's... A revealed figure took the flying projectile's force in its entirety. Newman? Yeah, this is right, ENIAC, I'm fine. Sanctifier breach of conduct detected. Demotion penalty? How could I? Ah, that's what I meant by can't see clearly. What kind of joke? Newman's injury wasn't lethal, and Yukari's demotion penalty was not the most severe, but it's enough. Now Clukay! As I get the command, Clukay's weapon was already raised, firing at that figure cemented in the air. One shot, finding its mark. You know, this is Bizarro World, but it is pretty impressive that Clukay is able to take on 2 Sanctifiers at once. By herself. Hey, I can still... Come on, come on. Little Yukars. You've done your best, so don't take it so hard. I am more than capable of continuing. Wait. Angela, stop dragging me. Let me finish off the mission once and for all today. I'm the only person on our side capable of fighting. You can't expect me to take them all on by myself. Yukars looks like Clukay in reluctance, and Clukay responds coldly, ever ready. How? Not even a scratch. You can come by again once you're all rested up. Come on, come on. Says you, hasn't done anything today? As Yukara screeched, the 2 Sanctifiers retreated, bringing a brief quietude upon Enigma. The coarse sound of Newman's coughing breaks that silence. Ugh. Newman, are you alright? It's no big deal, just a light wound. Why didn't you follow the professor's plan? You'll need to stand behind me to trigger a warning for the attacking administrator. I can make energy transfers, so I would have been fine. Are you an idiot? But I'm your dad, right? Even if I knew you'd be okay, the Sanctifiers didn't get a penalty severe enough, you would still be in danger. Even if things looked like they were going smoothly, I didn't want to take any chances. Besides, it gave me a chance to look cool. You damn idiot! Newman, looking relatively fine previously, is taken out cleanly by a single hit from ENIAC. A few more adjustments. Okay, there we go. As expected, the professor's right, modifying even the firewall. It was thanks to your technology too, Persica. So the Sanctifiers now no longer have the rights to enter the Edema Center? Yeah, a great invention of Dr. Persica. When it comes down to it, you can thank Dr. Persica. So, Miss Persicaria, yes? Truly incredible, an accomplishment befitting the intelligent and peerless Miss Persicaria. Allow me to guess, you thought up a name for this equally brilliant? Names: Sandbox mode, Sand bucket mode, Sand cup mode, whatever even will do. There's indeed a rush. We still have plenty of time, really. Let's say we can discuss it while we have a nice ride. Ow! ENIAC! Why stop my foot? Back in full form, and I think I was worried. ENIAC, palms on her elbows, walked beside Newman. Her expression remains uncomfortable, but the gap between the two seemed to have closed tremendously. Looks like things have been taken care of. At one point or another, Clukay had quietly come to stand by my side. Yeah. Though for ENIAC, understanding Nima's old man talk might take some time. But at the end of the day, the bond between those two can't be severed that easily. So you give the two another chance to sort out each other's feelings? I can't have given that much thought. Just taking care of Yukari's took all that I had. We'll go with that. Your tone seems a bit more familiar too. Oh, could it be? Clukay, are your memories back? It doesn't seem like it. I just seem to understand a little bit why I felt the need to protect you. What happened previously does indeed prove your capabilities. It's just that I still need you, right? No one is truly omnipotent. Just like you once trusted me, even if something unexpected happens, I can trust in you to react accordingly. Perhaps. At least, this time, trust produced very good results. But... She seemed to swallow some of her words. Just say what's on your mind. I was thinking, when I only just established some sort of trust with you, I constantly feel antsy and I can't help but look at you from time to time. So if 416 was indeed well acquainted with you, why hadn't she come to look for you? I thought about that too, but I couldn't come up with an answer. It's you too. What do you think the reason could be? I think... even if that was the real me, the circumstances are different. What information we have right now is not sufficient to me to deduce the logic behind her actions. Whether she's simply caught up in matters or has more important objectives to achieve, or simply doesn't want to see you for a variety of possible reasons. All these are possible. Of course, that final one is only a hypothetical. I don't think I would act on a whim, or be unwilling to see you. Well said. We best gather some more intel. I am interrupted by the suddenly approaching Newman. Thanks to you two, the Enigma Sector, as well as ENIAC and myself, are all safe. Stunningly intelligent, Professor. Your command and arrangements were truly outstanding, a feast for the senses. I don't know if that's... When I happen to have the honor of partaking in supper with you tonight, in celebration of our... Ow, ow, ENIAC, stop twisting my ear! I'm doing stuff again! Hey man, he swings both ways. Let's put this to the side for now. Since the matter at hand is resolved, we're in need of a favor from you. We came here to find the agent we were originally looking for. 416, as you might know her. Eh? ENIAC looked back and forth between me and Clukay, befuddlement written all over her face. You know what they say, double the fun. Well, it's a long story.
Christmas パレード準備チューリング参戦よ。アナライザーのデバッグ完了。前方に敵を発見しました。
Double the consequences. You know what they say, the more the merrier.
みなさい。勝つのは私よ。私一人で十分よ。
The Oasis Ops Room. Ah, so the story finally progressing to the main branch? Can we finally go look for 416? Well, if you want to know. Wait, Professor! There's no way you're going to stall at something like this. One can only speak so much before getting tired. No freaking way! You can't just agree to the interview and then run away halfway through? Alright. I smiled bitterly, shaking my head and collecting my scattered thoughts. Looks like the Clukay attitude has softened quite a bit. It is a story about two people coming to know each other again after all. Wonder how Turing would be changed in this progressive version. Yeah, she's killing children instead of making them. How romantic. This will make for a great report. After her memories returned and she went back to her old self, she must have been very cute, right? Did you perhaps misunderstand some of this? In any case, this is thrilling. How do we go about looking for her neuro segment then? Of course, we had to make use of ENIAC's search abilities. After elaborating the situation, ENIAC used her abilities once more. What had happened in Enigma unfolded before us. It's fine. I must confirm again. You are ENIAC? Stunned! Forget it. You there. Are you the administrator, Newman? Yes, I am Newman. Thank you for your help. Lady who inspires longing and embodies security. May I ask for your name? Yeah, I'm ENIAC. You're so cool, big sis. Found a position. Of course you were. What is it? Have you found your important thing? More or less. Not too far from here, so if I get moving now... What is... This 6416, what's up? Nothing. Got some more material I'd like to search for. These will do. Big sis, you don't seem quite the same compared to when you just got here. No matter. The information I need has been found. Anything else? That's all, Big Sis Clukay. Big Sis 416 used my database as well. This is all that's left in terms of records. After that, just like I remembered, Big Sis 416 left. She didn't go to look for you. At least from when we woke till now, she hasn't sought to meet up with us. Woke? We ran into some difficulties while uploading to Magracia, and spent some time dormant. If we can connect these events between our arrival and 416's departure, then we should be able to locate her quite quickly. Ah, okay. I'll have a look. Maybe I can find where Big Sis 416 went. Oh, got it! The Parietal sector. That's where her last trace was. Let me see. A direction completely opposite to where we woke up. Bizarre. If it were me, immediately looking for you would have been the first priority. Magrashia's not exactly a perfectly safe place, and that 416 has headed to another sector. Just what is she looking for? Unfortunately.
おとなしく死になさい。勝つのは私よ。
Springfield's a good
私
choice.
一人で十分よ。
Excuse me. Jeez. As a side question, the people present began to consider. ENIAC, are you sure she went to Paritas? Or Piritis? Of course! I verified the space-time curvature and event horizon coordinates. She's definitely there now. She also found my location and then left in the opposite direction. Clukay, do you have any thoughts? I can't be sure either. If it was me, I'd look for my mission target first and foremost. Leaving my protectee out of the cold alone is not quite my style. A convincing argument. But what if the coordinates were different, such as if there are two of you? What do you mean? We can see from ENIAC's data that 416 was aware of your existence by then. Let me think. Since it's me, I am entirely strong enough to protect you no matter how you look at it. If she was certain that you would be under my protection, leaving to do something else is not entirely impossible, but... To her, is there any objective more important than protecting you? Is there any mission of a priority higher than you? You guys will never get any results with this derivation, so think a bit wider. For example, something made her decide to not come, like, I don't want to come. Unlike you, elite dolls do not make decisions based on their mere emotions. That's not necessarily the case. What do you mean by that? No matter what the professor means, that's not what I'm getting at. I stay in my office because I don't want to deal with stuff, not because I don't like the professor, right? Why not think if there's a possibility there's possibly any more important reason that she hasn't... She inhaled sharply as she spoke, and hastily put down her cup. Scary? I just got scalded by this coffee. I'm gonna cool down somehow. You guys continue. There's one without coffee. Yeah, that pause will convince me that she was onto something. No, come speak of it, if you think of it that way. More or less, not too far from here, if I get moving now. What is... This is 416, what's up? Back then. Thought of something, Professor? ENIAC, please play this back. You bet! Here, look. That little movement just then. I originally thought she found something suspicious, but now, looking at it... Could she have just encountered something that made her uncomfortable? Like an injury? I can't say for sure whether or not that's what she's thinking, but this does indeed differ from my usual habits. You have a point, she could have been injured. ENIAC, when 416 came here, how does she differ from Clukay here? She didn't have a hat? And? I mean in terms of how she moved, talked, or whatever else you can think of. Come to think of it, when speaking in terms of utilizing data, Big 416 was a bit slower. Less credence to the engine's possibility. But there wasn't a trace of injury on her. Newman had a check too. Huh? Please not misunderstand. It was a very gentlemanly checkup, very normal. What I mean is, I used data inspection equipment commonly used for agents, and did not find any known types of damage. What if that type of damage is not known? Miss, even if you ask, In any case, whether it's injury or some other situation, we'd better go look for 416. She might be in hot water. We're going to Piritis. What the fuck was that sentence? After waving goodbye into the Enigma Center, we make our way to the Purity Sector. We are quickly admitted into the sector after submitting a visit request. This is the Purity Sector? Looks fancy. It isn't our sector. It's far too quiet around here. Yeah, with 416 supposedly here and all. Are you trying to imply I'm noisy? Not at all. I'm just getting a feeling that if we run into her here, it could get a bit clamorous. In any case, let's have a talk with the administrator here. We push open the steel gates of exquisite workmanship, finding ourselves in a splendid garden. Never thought Magrassi would have such a beautiful place. You think so? Seems a bit rough around the corners to my mind. The class separated from the real world after all, and operands are not aplenty here. Even so, I can feel the careful effort the person in charge of this place put in, far more moving than any materialistic beauty. Clukay did not respond to my murmurings, with eyes on the surroundings. What is it? I envy your ability to relax in an environment full of palaces, places to hide like this. Is someone lying in ambush in this garden? Clukay keeps her guard up, attention focused on the gaps between the foliage, as her sightline moves towards another point. Incoming! Gunshots rang out, piercing the silence. Professor, back! Clukay sheltered me behind her back, jostling me towards a piece of cover composed of rocks and vegetation. Location of attacker? Couldn't see clearly, but these methods... As we clamber behind cover, the shower of bullets also ceases. Suddenly, brisk footsteps come from behind. Commander. You come looking for me. How wonderful. A familiar voice. Mellifluous, imbued with mirth, like that night, clad in a formal dress, lifting the hem of her skirt. My one and only at the ball that evening. My heart almost ceased to beat, and I subconsciously yelled out that name. 416! And who would it be save 416? Over her body were wounds and scars, and a thick glaze of purple crawling on her face and body. Commander, it really is you. Thank goodness. Are you hurt? No. She's taking good care of me. She? You learned her existence from ENIAC, right? Clukay, your other half. What's up, Professor? 14 raises her weapon, and Clukay shoves me to the side. As the air shook, bullets flew past our heads. 416, you. The pitch-black muzzle of her weapon is trained on me, staring into my soul in place of her eyes. A sight that I had never seen before. Following the post-upload amnesia and division, a new bombshell now made itself known. What is she? Look at me! I'm here! Look at me! Run, Professor, as far as you can! But you... I cannot guarantee your safety with her here. That's my real segment. I know her abilities. Clukay's words once again accentuated the cold truth. Yes, our attacker, the one standing off against Clukay, is the very new segment that we are searching for 16. You... What the hell do you think you're doing? That won't do, Commander. What are you babbling on about? I am Clukay. My memories. I am 416. I am Clukay. You don't seem very much like me right now. I want to... No, I can't. Commander, I can't go look for it. The virus will... The virus? That wobbling you're doing, that's caused by a virus? So you chose to flee. You look like you're at the latter stages. What a sight for sorry eyes. Want to worry? No, even if it's the other me. Thoughts. Thirst. I want you. Neural impulse disturbance. What kind of virus is this? Damn it! I'm not giving up. Even if it's another me. No. Mine. Mine. That's what I want. I alone am enough. I must take this. Fuse. Devour. 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 Why look at her? Why? 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 Huh? Look at me! Clukay stands frozen as if in a daze for reasons unknown, and her movements are half a beat behind her opponents when she starts to move. With foreseen circumstances uncertain and with no information in her hands, our only choice is to do what we could to avoid a direct confrontation. Professor, here! Give back the commander! Commander? Clukay, cover! I know! Latino version. Oh my god, Dylan. In the face of incoming fire, Clukay deftly tumbles out of the way. However, Fortune quickly approaches. It's too open here. We can't take this fight. It'll be a pyrrhic victory at best. Yeah, where do I go? Theoretically, the admin center is the favorite option, but... Over here, quickly, come on! Who? Hey! Here, look right here! A white cloak agent could be seen in the distance, waving their arm at us from behind the building. Come quickly, that person's really, really dangerous! Virus a gun in Spanish. I didn't. I don't have Clukay in this game. Inside the ops rooms, Willow gripped her cup nervously, worry on her face. This person couldn't be... Yeah, it was Adel's sister, Adet. Of course, Adile is going to appear soon as well. I knew it! I had a bad feeling ever since you said you were going to Paradise. Now, since everyone's personality is flipped, did that vicious entropic become a nice girl? Not quite. the Adele you're thinking of is already entropied. Before all of that, she was a good kid with a good heart. So Adele in that Macracia, double negatives, so she's still very wild? About that, you'll see soon enough. With the agent's directions, we traverse through the alleys, finally shaking off the frenzy 416. That scared me. Thankfully, everyone's alright. This area does seem much safer. This is near the admin center, no? Yeah, you see, I'm Odette, one of Pierre's administrators. Thank you for that. Where's the other administrator? We haul back this time, Odette. These two are cute, honestly. Some people from the admin sector. We forgot to pick up the contact, but sister. Right now, when you were monitoring Miss 416 and you said you were busy. Oh, I remember now. 416? I turned away for but a moment and you're perfectly well? I'm tired of explaining already. I'm not... Let me elaborate. She looks kind of racist. What do you mean? I see. I had thought that Miss 416 had found a way to return to former self. Though I must say, this isn't bad at all either. It isn't bad at all? Isn't bad at all indeed, Each a half of the very same girl. Identical images in the mirror memories. How splendid! Have you... Go have a seizure somewhere else. Go have a seizure somewhere else. Don't you think so yourself? Miss 416 in that state, oh, how she embodies the mesmerizing beauty of porn chaos itself! Sister, here you go again. Let's get back on topic. But this is a topic. We heap upon the beauty of art, then burn and destroy. That euphoric feeling is what we desire. And that's why operands have been spent till there's nothing left. Art is destruction! The guy reaches for the safety of her weapon. Stop. Please, just stop for a second. I hold back Clukay's hand. We told you about our circumstances. What else can you tell us about 416? Such as how she arrived here? I was worried about how sister was spending our operands and was attacked in a way by a weird agent. Miss 416 saved me. It was so dangerous back then that she was even wounded a bit, but thankfully sister healed her. The attacker was originally one of our agents who eventually came to be a bit like a current 416. Ah! Though of course, it's still fundamentally different from 416. That thing holds no beauty to speak of after all. A bit like... Do you mean the changes in mannerisms and appearance? That's the virus. Just as Miss 416 said after that. She said the virus was caused by the flowers. After Miss 416 saved me, she asked some questions before she left. When she came back, she was already... What are the flowers? Some small purple flowers have appeared in the sector recently. They're the same color as the changes seen in those agents. That individual that attacked Odette must have inadvertently come into contact with those flowers. I only found out about it after 416 reminded me. I thought they were far too fragile and never took care of them. I never would have imagined they were so dangerous. Truly! Sister, I beg you, please don't discuss something as horrifying as a virus that's like a work of art! Alright, I suppose I shall say that there are terrifying, yet beautiful. I think I understand. Clukay? Clukay looks directly at me, her expression serious, but the turmoil in her eyes is all too obvious. When I locked eyes with that 416, I could feel the pain in her near a cloud. Perhaps it's because she and I are from the very same hull, so we can resonate. I am sure that she's been infected with the virus and that she hoped to quarantine herself. I pondered on the information I just received. Putting the timeline together, 416 was lightly injured here and visited the Enigma sector after being affected. While she was there, she noticed an abnormality and made a query in the database for the virus. But naturally, the database has no such information on the unknown virus, thus she decided to return to Pierdis, where she was infected. The virus makes people mad, and that's why she attacked us. If it was me, one that had fought countless battles with you, I'm sure I'd do everything in my power to avoid putting you in danger. Kai. I'm alright. As for that 416, she's no longer capable of controlling her own actions. She closes her eyes. The turmoil is now replaced with clarity, and a crystal clear reflection of me is mirrored in her eyes. Now the question is, what do you plan to do?
私一人で十分よ。
Unavailable.
私の実力を見せてあげる。
In the Pierdis sector, we rested in the epicenter while communicating with Persicaria. So, Persicaria, can you break down this virus? I've done the best I can with the data you provided. It's not looking good. The virus attached to these flowers are far too rare. I never analyzed similar code stings before. And this isn't my field expertise anyway. If only there was a network security expert here. So, your conclusions? Finding the treatment plan isn't realistic in the short term, but there's not much time either. The speed at which the virus spreads and aggravates is incredible, and if action isn't taken quickly, things might... We're at an impasse then. We'll have to see as we go. It was like this. As I consider my next actions, an extensive familiar sounds fills the sector. Odette, come out! The upright Babylon Tower has discovered that two extremely dangerous incognito agents have infiltrated Pierdis, and administrators must immediately comply with the search and search. Extremely dangerous regular agents. You know anyone else who fits that description? She should recover fast. Just how enthusiastic is she about work? To the degree of being unwilling to get off work even. Professor Clukay, you should hide. We have a plan. The artist agents are exceptionally assistant, shoving us behind the wall. Just as we finish in hiding, Ikaris comes barging in, aura aflame. Apparently without Angelus. Are you all deaf? Anyone home? I don't have all day for this. Lady Ikaris, I understand you're in a hurry, but please don't rush. Practically proceeding onwards will only result in failure to live up to the time in which you live. Oh, on the beauty of time. Alright, let's end the arts lecture here. I heard enough. Let's get to business. Those two, have you seen them? Which two? I'm not sure who exactly you refer to. Sister, why are you still here? The purple flowers are spreading again, more and more! The formerly hidden Odette started out, tacitly forming an ensemble with her elder sister. Purple flowers? What of it? Look them gross. Is their wall proliferation not a fine compliment to the agent's beauty and madness? Wait, purple flowers? Could it be entropy? Entropy? Seriously, entropy is the biggest deal!
one more for the to-do list, and it's the highest priority. What big deal? This beauty has only spread across a little less than half a sector. That much? I can't expect anything from a lunatic like you. Odette, lead the way. But that's a type of virus named entropy. Any longer and it'll really be too late. Take me to where the most flowers are. That annoying deadweight Angelus has been put in the slammer too. Whatever, I'll start looking when I get back. Odile, you at least don't make things any harder. Ikaris leaves in a huff with Odette. Silence fills the admin center, as if the sanctifiers were never here at all. She's gone, though I do not know how much time this will grant you. What a wonderful unison, or should I say, as expected between sisters. Truly competent as actors. Data in their clouds are the same source, and companionship and trust honed by time. Even an implicit understanding of the other, you can do it too. I can... Clukay raises her eyes to look at me in a manner she thought was inconspicuous, though she did not go further than that. I pat her on the shoulder, smiling. Not rejected this time. Let's go. We'll retrace the way we came. Ikaris is already here, and the same strategy won't work twice. We need to find somewhere safe to strategize for the long term.
Hey, the game's running smoothly now. Oh, there's only one character. The path leads to a high lookout point. If you follow the stairs leading down from that point, you can leave the garden or return to where 416 is. We'll have to move quickly and quietly. If 416 catches wind of us, we'll be in big trouble. I'll do what I can. If we really run into her, well, I'll have to depend on you. Of course. Isn't that how it's always been? Haha, harsh. We'll descend from here? No, there's another way. Isn't this the only path here? There's another one towards the back, blocked from this angle. I saw it when I was held up here last time. We'll see it when we get over there. Alright. We'll do what you say. I take a few steps in the direction she indicates, but the only thing in my field of view are the railings from the lookout. Feeling a sense of foreboding, I looked back in Clukay's direction. She was not following me, but rather she was standing still, raising her weapon and aiming at the stairs going down. Clukay! She looked towards me and shows me her seldom present smile, swiftly leaping off the lookout. Only a voice from the communication channel remains.
The longer we stay together, the more I can understand what she was thinking. When I become the very definition of dangerous, the last thing I want is to drag you into my business. It's best if you never see me like that at all, really. The sound of 416's laughing grows louder. Laughing? I almost leap towards the balcony, but the fierce sound of gunfire rings out below. As vicious as last time. After a heated exchange, Clukay takes advantage of an opportunity to take cover and reload her weapon with practiced motions. The same sound of a magazine dropping to the floor comes from behind, the rhythm of cadence, one and the same. Annoying. Hey! Let's have a proper fight if you're done reloading. Stop hiding, just take pot shots. You have no right to speak of proper. Huh? Clukay wanted to retort with a snarky remark, but the sound of something piercing through the air reaches her ears first. Crap! Grenade! That was close. The Raspin's forced out of hiding. And in my range... Huh. My range too! Within the smoke, 416 Dark's purplish figure grows blurrier. Commander, Professor, has always been with you! You say that like you've seen it with your own eyes. Huh? This is... Sorry for the wait, Commander, can you still move? This voice in my head. Memory fragments? Let me go. You won't find anyone more suitable. I can't put together anything in the way tactics like this. Ah! At a time like this, you dare get distracted in a battle for the commander? If only your memory fragments weren't here to get in my way. Crap, if this continues. Your data. Focus, get over here. Commander, grab onto my hand. Look at me. Snap out of it, Clukay. Ah! Springing to her feet, Clukay twists sideways to dodge 416 shots. Too close. I'm using the encrypted channel. What's happening, Clukay? This thing, when I get close to her, my neural cloud resonates with hers, and I see leftover memory fragments. Simply put, I can't concentrate properly. An opening! While Clukay was being interrupted by the fragmented memory data, the entropy 416 offensive only grows more intense. Every starter and startup from Clukay becomes a window of opportunity for 416. Clukay! Don't worry, I have an idea. Still muttering to yourself? The more intense one's emotions, the more extreme their actions. I'm waiting for her to show an opening. You see me, and I see you. Give me the commander back! 416 advances onwards, the outpouring of firepower giving Clukay barely any time to even breathe. I was enough from the very beginning. I alone am enough. The commander only belongs to me. Now! In intense fights like this, what kind of shameful things are you saying? One more gunshot rings out, the bullet grazing Clukay's right shoulder. She made no attempt to dodge whatsoever, meeting 416 face to face, fists swinging. Too slow. What? 416 dodges as if she already knew it was coming, and afterwards... Clukay! Clukay's left arm fell to her side. Powerless, Oberon's bleeding from the elbow joint like sparks. You know my habits, and I naturally know yours. You're nothing more than a defective product. You don't have those memories. What right do you have to stand beside the commander? Those memories, Didn't you make them with the professor? What are you being so smug about? Though injured, Clukay eagerly meets her opponent with far less the war of words. How can you understand that? You haven't experienced anything. So what if I can't remember? I continue making these experiences, and the professor is inclined to agree. Despicable. The commander, professor, power. Give it back to me! The entropy-corrupted neural segment grows more and more aggressive, its maddened attacks pouring down on the injured Clukay. No, my thoughts, not like this. We're the same person, idiot. Even if I don't remember anything, I put the professor in the safest place just like you, even if it's further away from me. Give him back! Professor? I had to do something. Clukay! The two stop in unison, looking up at me on the balcony above as if they were in a trance. Let me help you, Clukay. Hearing my words, both of them opened their eyes wide. Commander? Help? Don't say stupid things, Professor. Ah. Commander. Wait for me. You annoyance! Clukay attempts to attack the frenzied 416, but they nimbly evade once again. I'll come to you after I deal with this segment! I immediately switched to the encrypted channel. Calm down, Clukay. You can't deal with her. Don't worry, Professor. You leave first. I know how she attacks. I can handle... No. You know her strategies, but she knows yours too. That's why you left Armor's wounded. Did you forget what happened to Enoch? Or ENIAC? You got the technique, but she's got the memories. The real deal combat experience. You can't beat her. If you're only going to use his chance to disparage me, you might as well use his time to run away. I'm not going to leave you, Clukay. Listen, starting from now, if you trust me enough, leave the thinking to me. What? Succumb to me! Melt with me! I am the stronger one! Look, her neural cloud is implacable, and these memory fragments are going to keep you from thinking straight. It is exactly because of this that you need to leave all the decision making to me. Don't analyze, don't determine, and just leave it all to me. All that's left for you to do is to execute to the best of your ability. You think that's possible? Of course. But for this to work, we'll need to have absolute trust in each other. But you have faith in my command now, isn't that so? After a brief silence, Clukay gave her answer. No problem. For victory, I'm yours to command. To defer to someone else's thinking and judgment is truly unfamiliar. To turn into a weapon, to become that person's limbs and tools, and to hit home with every strike. So this is what absolute trust feels like. Is this something you ever felt before? Is this something I've ever felt before? Your ammo's dry already, right? And your guts are 2 parts. You want more? Now up for a bit more dancing. Block, right. Before Clukay finishes speaking, 416 has already leapt forth. All that is left of the entropy's 416 is her battle instinct, and the only one who can judge her movements is the one most familiar with her. We'll see who's the stronger one. You just watch, Commander! I'm the strongest! Without equal! If I kill her, you will choose me! What is this lunacy? You're out of control! You didn't even avoid shooting in the professor's direction in that firefight just then. All you're doing is venting your anger. Choose me! Now, Clukay, to the side. Right hand. In a class far beyond either's limits, the tide of battle decided in an instant, and in the very next moment, the end would come. There! As Clukay's knife penetrates 416's throat, a sudden metamorphosis takes place. The moment the blade makes contact with 416's skin, the entropy girl's body ruptures into pieces, proliferating and dividing. A result within expectations, yet beyond any prediction. They are not quite like fragments of data, but instead countless flowers, not unlike those hairpins she always wears. This was not a finishing strike, but more of a ritual, to commence after the victor had been decided. Look at me. 416's fragments, power, memories, all now a storm of purple-blue flowers surrounding Clukay and becoming a part of her. They are now as one. Clukay and 416 combined as one at a time no one could have imagined. Persicaria, are you listening? Do you know what's going on? Hold up. She's melting really quickly. She needs to process all the new data, including the entropy. Looks like this thing can't be removed just like that. Is she alright? Looking at the data, her neural cloud seems to still be in a controllable state. I just don't know how long this will go on for. As the last segment of data is successfully integrated, the girl finally raises her head, looking towards the balcony above. Professor. It's a success. How do you feel, Clukay? Not great. But also the best I've ever been. The power and memories are here. And more importantly, I can protect you now, Professor. Clukay, having restored all of her power, unleashes a massacre on a sanctifier surrounding Puritas. All of them. This fast. So this is what you're capable of in the cloud. Far from good enough. We move fast. Fast? Why? Clukay does not answer me, only sprinting towards the location given to us by Odile. Here. Just as I finished dealing with these flowers, some irregular agents come rolling up. What? Are you trying to become blemishes on my record? I'll give you 10 more seconds to flee. Perhaps your record will stay clean that way. If you're reset, everything would be gone. You don't dare underestimate me! No administrator to get in the way this time. Come on, let's have a proper fight. I wouldn't have it any other way. The first bullet is blocked by Eucharist. Isn't good to boast too much. Crack. Huh? My plate's cracked? How? I cannot allow anyone to defend the professor's safety. Disappear! With a crisp sound of the plates shattering in the background, Clukay pulls the trigger yet again. Hello? Okay, that was weird. Hikaru's body gradually grows transparent, dissipating in the air and into data. The area, having gone through 2 battles, is now a ruin. Only Clukay and Arya left. This is a bit overkill. You had to pull them out by the roots. At least for a bit, those sanctifiers won't come back looking for us. Besides, going by the style of certain someone, there be no mercy at times like these. By that tone, I assume your memories are back. Back is perhaps a bit of an understatement. I'd rather forget this period of role-playing with you here in the cloud. In good spirits, I see. Anyhow, Professor, or Commander, how should I refer to you? Since we're not back to reality yet, Professor will do. At least while we're in Gracia. Just like you're here under the code in Clukay. The experiences aren't bad, right? It's like you heard none of what I just said. The fellow's fusion Clukay sighs, showing me a familiar smile, yet different from the her before. Truth be told, it's all a bit chaotic. Both sets of memories are here. Some I don't know if I should file under 416 or Clukay. Both, because they're both you. You feel it, right? Same moods, same desires. As I see it, you just briefly returned to the newly started state. A fresh perspective of the world, and of me. It looks like I've gotten to know you again. Like I've looked into a new possibility. She nods, neither confirming nor denying my words. In any case, I'm tired. Let's go rest at the admin center. Of course. Clukay? Clukay about to take a step forward once more, so he stumbles. Clukay, are you alright? I didn't think I'd come around this fast. This fast? You knew it was coming, Clukay? In my arms, Clukay's arm is already tinted purple. The beginning of improvisation. Prosecaria? Still here? If I don't go out, I can watch you for an entire day. I'm not working anyway. Improvisation is... The virus's influence is spreading. Judging by the symptoms, she must have been enduring this for a while. This is nothing. So that's why you're making everything count against Karis. I just wanted to clear the way for you. If this continues, I'll become like this, like before the fusion. That feels really terrible, like your inner cloud isn't your own anymore. Clukay. Sorry, Professor. Does this count as a failed mission? No, not yet. Prosecaria, do you have any ideas? Unfortunately, we had too little research into entropy. If we could have gathered the medical dolls in Neuro Cloud Sector earlier and constructed some sort of medical department, perhaps there'd be a treatment available. But in our current condition, we do not have the means to effectively remove the virus. Then... Well, I do have an idea. What is it? Do you remember how you guys appeared in my office? You mean... You came from outside the cloud. Seeing as that's the case, return to which you can. I understand. We forcibly log out and then reset the data to before we came to Magracia. Smart. A virus that only exists in the cloud can theoretically be reset during the lockout process, like high temperature disinfection. But if we do that, this operation... It'll be a failure, and our memories from here will be gone as well. But so what? Professor? Interpretation must hurt. I'd rather have you go through it again. Clukay, what do you think? Just speak your mind. I'm here because you are here. If I cannot continue to protect you, then there's no meaning. You're becoming more straightforward, Clukay. What's the imagination then, seeing as we just fought alongside each other? Yeah, trusting someone else with everything you have. Feels nice, doesn't it? I suppose, yeah. Let's go back, Professor.
こんなの見飽きたか?
Yeah, 100%.
So, was it successful? After the logout? And then we woke up. That lazy professor over there was already chewing over the data. How are you feeling? I've located the biggest problem with the upload. Problem? Every issue comes from one key fact. The preparations we made before the upload were built upon the assumption that doll data being commonly compatible. However, that is not quite the case. You mean my neural cloud as a T-doll is not the same format as dolls commonly found in Magracia? Yes. Theoretically, it holds up, but in practice, this backup of Magracia is not compatible with T-doll neural clouds developed later. Which is why that whole deal with the data happened. Magracia automatically activated its measures to adjust you. How... was the impact really so severe? I don't exactly know what circumstances were, but looking at the data fluctuations alone, you should have at the very least caused large-scale aging personality dissonance. But why don't we remember anything whatsoever? Of course, Lockout Commander, that type of impact makes you lose those memories. Of course, well, if some opportunity comes up, maybe you could recall part of it? What counts as an opportunity? I don't know either, because we have no precedents. Maybe one day, we got no stories to tell, and you need to make some stuff up, it'll resurface. That's a bit too esoteric. Well, can you inspect the data we require from here? Not looking too good. But to the compatibility issue, you almost burnt the servers to the ground when you uploaded, and I couldn't monitor how things develop later. As a human, you're still just too large of a block of data, and you were steps away from being torn to pieces so many times. But I was never torn up, was I? From the last place I could observe, Force 16 protected you with her own data and was turned up in your place. Now the fact that standing here proves that you managed to put her back together. Oh no, Force 16 performed her protection duties to a satisfactory extent, but unfortunately her neural cloud is not suitable to uploading together with you. She cannot enter the cloud safely, and we cannot guarantee that you can bring back useful data. Any other solutions? Or rather, could we use a neural cloud type more compatible for Magracia? A doll like that wouldn't have comeback capabilities anywhere close to 416. I remember our projection replication technology just got some results, right? I'd like to have a talk with the tech departments. Ability is perhaps not the most important thing, but she must be a shadow reminiscent of a precious memory. I want to see a new possibility. Professor? You remembered? I don't know, but it just came up to mind. to have these desires. 416 the Cloud must have left one hell of an impression on me. I don't know about that. What? I mean, upload please. At your second in command, I'll protect you while you're uploaded. Please do come back with that replica protection, and with that new memory. And that's the end. I see. How incredibly interesting. Even though so many parts were difficult to understand. Professor, tell me, how much of that story was real, and how much was fiction? It's all made up. What? And you said 7 parts real. A technique for improving immersion. Once I conjured up a series of stories so good, the girl listening to me beats me up once I was done. Wow. Sure sounds like some sort of improper romance, and young maiden's enraged blow. She knocks one of my teeth out. Huh? What kind of story did you make up, Professor? Professor, sorry to interrupt. A newly arrived agent is here to report in. There's a new agent reporting today? A temporary admission. I led back along with Willow. A silver-haired girl is standing at the door. Just like one of my plot points in my story. Of course, well, if some opportunity comes up, maybe you could recall a part of it. Hearts and minds, so close together, now grasping each other again, resonating. Clukay reporting. It's been a while, Professor. Yeah, it's been a while. Wait a minute. This Clukay couldn't be... Professor, just what is talking about that story was real! That's the end, isn't it? Yeah, I'm pretty sure that was the end. But we still do this, I guess. Yeah, no, there's no story branches here. Okay. And that's our prologue.
どうぞ。あなたのアフタヌーンティーですの。味が変?
Let me get a bite to eat real quick, and then we'll go on to chapter 3. It was, yeah, chapter 3. I'll be right back.
「昔からずっと儀仗兵は国家のメンツと君主の威厳の象徴でした。現実にいた頃の出番といえば厳かな式典ばかりで、席巻するのはお偉方だらけ。国家規模の財をなす豪商、莫大な軍事力を掌握する独裁将軍、視線一つで世界を覆せる政界の要人たち。常に強筋かつ陰銀でなくては任務が完璧に遂行できませんの。私の表情が硬いのはそのせいかって？いいえ、単なる癖ですわ。 本日の到着ですの。まるでクリスマスに働くファータですわね。素晴らしい効率でしょ。私のリードのもと、皆が完璧なコンビネーションを披露する。昔からこうですのよ。ウンディーネ儀仗楽団はかねてより祭日に彩りを添えてまいりましたの。
This would be a title card. Oh, I see what you mean, yeah. I understand why she's so clingy and shit. Yeah. Yeah, so basically, 416 got a lot of respect for the commander during their battles. But then it went into like a whole new realm once she actually worked with them during CT. And you have to remember, 416's personality is that she gets really clingy to people she respects. But what if you respect someone so much that you would die for them, genuinely? But she's our ass. That's exactly how that sounds. But yeah, this is a I say this is the event that ended up defining 416 going forward. It was still a bit ignored in Girls from Line 1 because, well, until AG, I would say. Because in Girls from Line 1, Clukay is, or 416 at that point, was never really clingy for the commander. She was still focused on Squad 404. Oh, it's not snowing right now. There's ice on the roads, or rather, it's icy overall. There's no snow. Yeah, it did. With little no time. Yeah, that's true. I think PNC was supposed to fix that, to be honest. Which is why we got a lot of Girls from Line 1 dolls in PNC and not just uniques. 20%? It's more like 5%. And yeah, the interesting part, because I just realized this, because I watched the event before, but I just realized that both Clukay, well actually Clukay remembers everything. She never lost her memories when she was when she had the virus inside her. So she got extremely vulnerable with the commander during this point. And so, you know, they've already crossed that bridge. Of course, she's going to get super duper ultra omega clingy at that point. Alright, I think it's time to get back to depression. Alright. I'm so happy. So happy. Let's be happy together. My screws are all tightened. My engine supply is normal. No extra needs except for chocolate. No overtime, 1 chocolate. I want chocolate too. Work first, chocolate later. The watchers are all here, don't slack. Oops, Alpha is here. Run, run. The arc pyre has not been lit. We must keep working on it. Okay. Alpha, why are you turning red? It's my passion. Grrr. It's going to explode. Run for it. Run, run. It's gonna blow. Yeah, she blew up. The fuck? Chapter 3. Embers. On the border of the Helio sector. Outside the sector firewall. Honestly, why am I here now and not stuck back in engineering? My body's only half built and I haven't finished watching my series yet. This is annoying. Kinda wish I was home. A Groza? It's a Groza robot? Clukay attaches a mechanical device to the data port on the firewall. It contains a decryption program written by Antonia. Persecutor always used to nag me about how I never did any field work, to say nothing of doing scouting runs. And now I actively volunteer to do something like this? Must have been out of my mind for something. Better not complain. I chose this after all. Clukay, oh Clukay. You can't forget the decisions when they're past. And besides, isn't there something good waiting for you? Inside the Oasis headquarters.
Here's your coffee. You ought to get some rest, Professor. Thank you. Give me a quick summary of the recent work we've done. Everything's gone very well. While there are still many problems with which need to be dealt with, on the whole, the Oasis has found its feet. In addition, our friction with the outside world has been decreasing, and it's been a long time since our defensive forces last encountered Sanctifiers. In fact, we can even afford the luxury to send people to other sectors to perform operating collections, Neurocloud rescues, and other missions. How about Antonia and the others? They haven't looked well ever since they came back from Cyclops. Antonia, she still spends all day cooped up in her workroom, and after learning about everything, Sol voluntarily upped the intensity of her training program. Everyone's working hard in their own way. Then there's Clukay. Did you know? She actively volunteered to take part of the sector's scouting missions. Clukay? Volunteer? Are my ears deceiving me? I had the same reaction as you did back then. Still, I think you won't be surprised once you know the name of the sector which Clukay went to. It's called Helios, a renowned intellectual sector under Swab Rock. You know Clukay's always liked that sort of thing. A sector under Swab Rock Heavy Industries for conducting energy experiments. Ah, so it's like a junket then. Well, now that you put it that way, it does sound like that. Still, I think it's pretty good. Clukay is too much of a shut-in most of the time. Heading outside would do her some good. Also, we found some news about missing companions in that sector. Perhaps... Just as she says that, an alert goes off inside the headquarters. Call request received, now connecting. And this is Clukay. I've finished the preliminary stages of my scouting mission. How's it feel to be carrying out the scouting mission on your own? I'm missing my cola and the air conditioning already. That stuff about being a renowned industrial sector is all a lie. I didn't even manage to see the Arc Pier. Just my luck, I guess. The Arc Pier? What's that? It's a legendary Swab Rock energy project. It's pretty famous. I knew it. It was a junket. Yeah, Professor? How come you're here too? Just to make things clear, while I don't deny that there might have been a bit of personal motivation involved in signing up for this mission, I can still tell it was important. Really now, the Professor and I aren't too convinced. If you can supply us with adequate proof, I believe the Professor will be glad to punish you. Clukay picks up her coffee and walks it in front of the screen. Say, lately I've been feeling that coffee's a bit too bitter. Should I have some cola instead? Professor Carey's been learning from the wrong people. You keep making fun of me. I'll turn around right now and head back. Sorry, my bad. Let's move on to serious business then. Clukay mumbles to herself as she opens up a screen filled with data, and Clukay's face turns serious. Just what we predicted before coming to the Helios sector. It's an experimental sector concerned with energy projects with plentiful operating supplies. There are very few residents here. To date, I've only seen 3 of them. Their intelligence is middling to low, like primitive robots. How willing are they to communicate with outsiders? They're friendly enough, I think. Okay. Helios, but... The sun distortion grows stronger and stronger, then the call cuts off. What's happening? I'm not sure. I'll try again. Clukay tries to re-establish that connection, but she can't contact Clukay no matter what she does. I have a bad feeling about this, Professor. Don't worry, it might just be an ordinary signal problem. Do we have anyone else on dispatch around Helios? We sent out a lot of people, but to secure scouting efficiency, we only dispatch 1 or 2 agents per sector. In that case, let's go over and take a look. Alright, I'll contact Seoul now. Over a half an hour later, in the witch's headquarters. Okay, didn't pay the cell phone bill. I feel that in my bones. Hold on, I got my fan on and I need to turn it off. And Hero needs a fan. I just forgot to turn it off. I just forgot to turn it off. Power request received, now connecting. This is okay. I finished the fitness stage of my scouting mission. I'm missing my cola and air conditioning already. Like we predicted before, coming to the healer sector is an experimental sector concerned with energy projects with plentiful operating supplies. There are very few residents here. To date, I've only seen 3 of them. Huh? Where are they? Hello? Professor Caria? Professor? Abby from Zone Zero comes like okay. I don't really see it. Besides from like maybe like the hair color is a little bit the same, but otherwise I don't really see it. It's like broken? It can't be, right? It sounds like the signal's normal, isn't it? Helio sector. Together with Professor Carrier and Seoul, we entered the Helio sector. For safety's sake, let's test the comms environment around here. Professor, I'll be calling you now. Yeah? Right now? Wait. Is that your personalized ringtone, Commander? Or Professor? Damn, you're not switching it up. The alert's so Junie. I think Clukay changed on her own. More importantly, is there any signal disruption? Nope. I'm not detecting any disruption. The signal's just fine. That's strange. Then why couldn't you contact Clukay? I'll get a shot. You know, when I heard that ringtone, I just thought, cat loves food? Yeah, yeah, yeah. Soul fires up her communicator. Transmission request sent. Now connecting. What? It actually got through? Soul? Are you out of the training room? Why do you call me all of a sudden? What do you mean all of a sudden? Are you okay? That's what I mean by all of a sudden. I'm perfectly fine. Why would I not be okay? You should have told us you were fine. Everyone was frightened when you lost contact with you. I was focusing on training in the training room when the professor suddenly joined me without warning. The prof said something might have happened to you, so I rushed over without even changing my pants. It's not that bad, is it? I know this is my first guided mission, but am I really that unreliable? That's like the most basic element of interpersonal trust. Am I some kind of weakling in your eyes? It's not like saying you are or anything. It's just something unexpected might have happened in the sector. That's even less possible. I checked already. This is a special experimental Swavrog heavy industry sector. In fact, I say the chances of the machines here exploding are lower than me pulling an SSR in a gotcha. Then why don't you contact us after the call cuts? It's not that we don't trust you, but anyone would be worried if we suddenly lost contact with one of our explorers. This isn't a joke, you know. The call cut out? Wait, what are you talking about, Persicaria? We'll never call you. Also, about that cutting out stuff. This is the first time I've ever heard from you ever since I left the Oasis. Clukay's face when the monitor looks blank and confused, and her answer stuns us all. Upon seeing that Clukay doesn't even seem to be lying, Persicaria and I exchange looks. Give us your coordinates to stay where you are. We'll talk after we meet up. So you're saying that I was the one who initiated the call to you and the professor? And then the call cut out and you couldn't contact me no matter what you did? So you guys got worried and came straight here? Is that it? Yep, that's it. No, that's not it. Crows just us her phone. Call out for today. 1. But hell? I like to know myself. I'm still organizing my information, and I was planning to send it back after I was done. God damn it, Grok! That can't be. You've already given us your report. Persicaria shows Clukay her memo pad. He said the Hilo sector was just like he predicted before he set out. It was an energy-related experimental sector with ample stocks of operant. And there were very few residents here. You see, these are your own words. Now that's weird. Could this be some kind of occult incident? Maybe it was my doppelganger who contacted you. Hey, how did the cult get involved all of a sudden? This is the world of science. Don't go whipping evil spirits and ghosts and whatever. You know, I just mentioned casually, so why are you so nervous? And anyways, there are quite a few spooky things in the world of science. For instance, underground organizations creating zombies, quantum revenants struggling in the interstices of reality, electronic sheep in the girls' dorm. That's enough, both of you. Professor, what do you make of all this? It might be a virus or a hacker. That's true. This is the Cloud Slipper after all, so what we see and hear might not be real. Still, if this really is the work of a hacker, then their technology is far too realistic. I'm gonna go ask Anna. She's special network security. That's true. However, Antonia's still working on the Oasis firewall and couldn't come, so I guess I'll just call her up. Persicaria activates her communicator. Transmission request sent. Now connecting. We have guest. Can we rest now? Can we have chocolate now? Your eye fire hasn't been lit yet. We need to work hard. Okay. Alpha, why did you turn red again? My passion, my opposite. These printed robots do look very cute, but kind of dorky. Yeah, it seems there's only 3 of them. Yeah? What happened? that disruption's back. Clukay and Soul begin checking their comms gear. Just then, Clukay stage whispers to them. Guys, come see this! As they look in the direction where Clukay is pointing, a blinding white light suddenly ignites within the depths of the sector. It is slowly followed by a mushroom cloud slowly rising up. The flames charge into the sky and spread out in all directions, faster than the speed of sound. This explosion! Run! Just as Soul finishes, the delayed sound of the explosion and the shuddering of the earth hampers our footsteps. And then we are engulfed by whirling waves of fire. In that moment, everything within sight suddenly vanishes, and the sound in my ears suddenly become a monotonous ringing. For an instant, I feel like I've been disconnected from the world. Sequence number 99812, commencing rectification. As my consciousness starts to blur, a low voice speaks in my ears, then fades away. The light fades, and my vision returns to normal. However, I am stunned by what I see before me. I know it's my first Kata mission, but am I really that unreliable? That's like the most basic elements of interpersonal trust. Am I some kind of weakling in your eyes? It's not like I'm saying you're weak or anything. It's just that something unexpected might happen in the sector. What? It's even less possible. I checked already. This is experimental Swarbrog Heavy Industries sector. In fact, I say the chances of the machines here exploding are lower than me pulling an SLR in a gotcha. What? What's wrong, Professor? Why do you look so pale? Do you guys not remember anything? Remember... what should we be remembering? I tell Percy about everything that happened just now. Professor, much as I'd like to say I believe you, the things you're saying are rather far-fetched. You say we're repeating things that have already been happened, but do you have any proof of that? Okay, watch this. That's how Clukay is going to tell us that she's never sent us a transmission. So, ask Clukay why she didn't call us after the transmission cut out. Huh? Prof? Clukay, the professor is asking why didn't you contact us after the call cut out? The call cut out? What are you talking about, Clukay? We never call you. The call cut out? What are you talking about, Clukay? We never call you. Also, about the cutting out stuff. This is the first time I've heard from you ever since I left the Oasis. Also, about that cutting out stuff. This is the first time I've ever heard from you ever since I left the Oasis. Miss... Clukay, are you repeating everything the professor says? It's not her fault, Soul. Clukay, hold position and tell us her coordinates. Clukay, the professor wants you to tell us your coordinates and then stay put. Sure. My coordinates are Alpha 85... Alpha 85.17. Beta 31.24. Delta 42.58. Huh? Do you believe now, Persicaria? I believe you, but what should we do next? Do you still remember what's going to happen next? Let me think. We contact Clukay, and then we meet up, and then we meet 3 mini robots, then we investigate the cause of all this, and then... Oh! No, and then it explodes! Huh? Withstand the explosion? Hurry and prepare for vacations. The place is about to blow. What are you talking about? You're making less and less sense. Didn't we come here to rescue Clukay? So, find a nearest shelter. Professor, I'll look at Clukay. Why do we need something like that? Did something happen? Soul, get moving! Yes, Professor! Can you explain it to me now? Why did you all of a sudden come here? Also, I haven't finished my work yet, so why did you bring me here? Don't look at me, I don't know anything either. Just as he finishes, the dull roar of an explosion sweeps through the land and reaches our ears through, though the heavy reinforced concrete walls. I think it's supposed to say through. Through the heavy reinforced concrete walls. It is closely followed by an intense tremor, and the ground shudders. Professor! That's it, hold on. Clukay, reinforce the structure here. You guys, help Clukay. The three dolls try to retain their footing amidst the shaking and begin shoring up the structure of the building. However, the explosion is far more powerful than I imagined. The ceiling begins to crumble, and the howling of the blast comes in loud and clear through the fissures between the debris. Soon, we are swallowed up by the fallen rock. In that moment, everything within sight suddenly faints, vanishes, and the sound of my ears becomes a monotonous ringing. For just an instant, I feel like I've been disconnected from the world. Sequence number 99813, commencing replication. As my conscience starts to blur, a low voice tweaks in my ears, then fades away. Light fades, and my vision returns to normal. I know this is my first guided mission, but am I really that unreliable? That's like the most basic element of intermental trust. Am I some kind of weakling in your eyes? It's not like I'm saying you're weak or anything. It's just that something unexpected might happen in the sector. It's even less possible. I checked already. This is a special experimental Svarval heavy industry sector. In fact, I say the chances of the machine just here exploding are lower than me pulling the SR in a gotcha. Ah, damn it. Back to square one again. Our rush cycle has begun anew. Does it mean that we'll return to this place again once the explosion goes off? I need to find out the way to avoid the explosion, no matter what. After repeating a series of events per area, I realized I must choose another path. I believe you, but what should we do next? Do you still remember what's going to happen next? There's going to be an explosion. We need to get away from this explosion right now. What are you talking about? You're making less and less sense. Did we come in and rescue Clukay? But what about Clukay? There's a time reset, so Clukay would be okay for now. She's probably been through it once more times than we have. Leave the sector, now, immediately. Are we going to abandon Clukay? Just do it, Soul! Okay! We run at top speed towards the firewall, but we come far too deep into Helios in our search for Clukay. We're just several streets away from the firewall when the explosion erupts again. Immersion cloud slowly rises up. The flames charge into the sky and spread out in all directions, faster than the speed of sound. And then we are engulfed by rolling waves of fire. In that moment, everything within sight suddenly vanishes, and the sound in my ears becomes a monotonous ringing. For just an instant, I feel like I've been disconnected from the world. Sequence number 99814, commission rectification. As my consciousness starts to blur, a low voice speaks to my ears, then fades away. The light fades and my vision returns to normal. That's even less possible. I checked already. This is a special experimental Svarval heavy industries sector. In fact, I say the chances of the Phoenix exploding are lower than the pulling the SSR in the gotcha. Quiet! Eh? Professor, why you suddenly... I'm sorry, it's nothing. Here, first career, let's play a game. Clukay's next words are going to be... Once again, I repeat the process of gaining first Chaos trust. Once again, I tried to outrun the explosion. And once again, I failed to return to the beginning. Once, twice, 3 times, 4 times. I tried all kinds of methods. We can't withstand the explosion and we can't flee the sector. After returning to the start point once again, I immediately bring everyone to Clukay's location and tell them everything that has happened. So you're saying we're stuck in a time loop, Professor? So time reverses after the explosion. It kind of reminds me of an enemy from one of the series I was watching. Which one was that? Never mind, you wouldn't know anyway. Clukay, how did they deal with in that series of yours? Maybe we could use it for reference. How did they take care of it? They beat the enemy, of course. Beating the enemy. Indeed. Perhaps our only solution is to deal with the explosion at its source. Clukay, give you a full report on all the info you have in the sector. Clukay pulls up a screen containing the info she's gathered since entering the sector. As you can see, Halo Sector is an experimental sector focused on energy projects, so it has plentiful operant supplies. The entire sector is carrying out an important experiment, so they built 7 reactors throughout. All 7 reactors are complete, and the agents here told me that the experiment is the testing phase. Once the experiment is complete, we can negotiate an operant-related deal with us. Bring up a map of Hilo Sector and mark our current position. Clukay displays the map, and after combining the information from my prior memories and the marked location, I indicate the rough vicinity of where the explosion might have occurred. Where is this place? That's reactor number 1. Professor, don't think of this explosion. Yep, it's right here. See, those mini robots are coming over. Cut all my peanut butter. Hilo Sector, reactor number 1. What's wrong, Clukay? What do you see? God damn, the professor was right. There's something very wrong with reactor number 1. The current furnace and conduits are overloaded, and the external mechanical structure is completely deformed. If I'm not wrong, this place is about to explode. Let's hope you're wrong then. Can you fix it, Clukay? No can do. The energy leaking out is enough to power several meter-tall bipedal robots through a seaside marathon. It'd be faster if I just blew this place up directly. Calm down, Clukay. You can study it and solve it next time, right? She won't remember anything next time. I need to solve it right away. It only has something else to help. It's too much to expect Clukay to handle this by herself. Where are the other staff of reactor number 1? I didn't see any other workers, just these mini robots. Give me that toolbox. Here you go. In any case, let's start by taking the protected casing off this tin can. Don't do it, Clukay. Think of another solution. Don't be in a hurry to blow. You dummy, I'm taking it apart to study it. Persecutor, I need operant support. Yep. So I step back. Watching as Clukay and Persecutor work rapidly, but were unable to provide any concrete help. Time passes and the light from the after furnaces begins glowing brighter. Even as just like someone myself can see something's wrong. No good, the problem doesn't seem to be here. How could this? There's nothing we can do, Persecutor. We're barking up the wrong tree. The problem isn't with the reactor furnace. It's just a link in the chain reactions. Light from the reactor furnace grows brighter, and the heated radiance turns the air scalding hot. The explosion seems imminent. Professor, do you think it's time for some 3 last words? I mean, it's all about to explode anyway. Huh? Are we missing the mini robots? Do you think anyone even got that reference? Just then, a series of footsteps comes from behind us, followed by shouts. I brought her along. Persecutor, it really was you! A silhouette runs past us and erects a weighty shield. Zion, what are you doing here? Zion has always been here. Before we can ask any more questions, the core furnace explodes violently, and the shield with Zion is holding up shutters. Hang in there, Zion. I'll back you up. No need. Zion can handle explosions. Zion refuses Prescaria's assistance and keeps her barrier up by herself. Then takes out several chocolates from her backpack and hands them to us. Quick, eat these. What are these? No time. Eat quick. We eat the chocolates as Zion directs. After that, the reactor furnace behind us shines brilliantly. We can't escape. Here comes the big one. Christ appears in Zion's barrier, and it looks like it's about to crumble. Prescaria hurriedly reaches out and tries to support it, but Zion grabs her hand and stops her. Zion! It'll be fine. See you later. See you later? Zion happily bids us farewell. After that, intense light fills my vision. In that moment, everything within sight suddenly vanishes, and the sound of my ears become a monotonous ringing. Sequence number 99858, commencing ratification. This time I clearly hear a low-pitched voice speaking the broadcast, after which everything fades away. The light fades, and my vision returns to normal. I return to beginning once again. In fact, I say the chances of the machine exploding here are lower than pulling an SSR in the... Quiet! I'm sorry. Looks like y'all understand how I just felt just now. Wait a minute. I remember, Professor. I remember everything. Me too. Me too. So everyone's memories weren't reset this time? Could it have been the... Call request received. Now connecting. Catless food? Yeah. Hey, that's the LP from Metal Suit! I immediately set the call. It's from Zion. She wants us to meet us in front of reactor number 1. Let's go! Good thing this is a reset point. Healing sector, number 1, reactor. Rush over to reactor number 1 again, and this time, Zion explains everything to us. So the sector resets after the explosion ends? Why would something like that happen? Helios experiment fails. Start over. What about the memories? Do the agents in the sector lose their memories? Zion saw agents. They have no memories. Shield and chocolate. Block explosion. Memories incomplete. Eating chocolate. Remember everything. Chocolate. Choco specialty. Made to prevent losing memories. Choco's here too? Alright, Prescaria. We can save the detailed questions for later. Zion Language Center hasn't been fixed yet, and the next explosion will probably arrive before we finish asking her everything. What we need Net to do right now is fix reactor number 1. Prescaria. Right. Zion has lots of data for Clukay. Come with me. So the problem wasn't with the core furnace, but because of the mechanical assemblies for the secondary conductor modules were placed wrongly? Yes, this structure. Not right. I see. I was wondering why it felt off to me. So it was because of a mistake in the mechanical assembly design. Can you believe this? They actually put in a wedge-shaped structure in such a cramped location, and it put too much sheer force on the entire system. I don't understand a single word of this! Is it like a designer opening the door with the wrong key? No, it's more like bashing a rolling pin against a keyhole. Never mind that. Zion, give me the hand. Okay. Clukay. Here. Tools. Clukay. Amazing. Zion. Doesn't. Knowledge. Aw, it's nothing. You're missing too, Zion. You must have do this much even though you knew nothing about machines. How was it? Did it work? It's just fine. The data design gave us was very comprehensive. She knew everything about every part of reactor number 1. I'm actually suspecting she changed jobs from relic engineer. Zion, Shoko, many times. Is that what they mean when they say practice makes perfect? We've had here for a long time? I'm sorry, we've known earlier. It's okay, Persica. Don't be sad. Now, everyone's here, neat and tidy. We'll be able to leave together. Of course, I'm a mechanical expert. It'll be fine. Clukay confidently makes her modifications to reactor number 1. How's it going? It's all settled, of course. Just wait and see. As everyone watches the time for the explosion. The time comes for the explosion. See? I told you to be fine, right? Because his expression is the first to go from tense to relax. Maybe even a little smug. Clukay! Amazing! Zion! Going home! With Choco! Yep, let's go. We'll pick Choco up and then leave together. Gotta hurry. It's going to explode. If I don't finish baking the chocolate, I'll have to start over again. Even though the ingredients go back to the original state and I can use them again, wasting food's a bad habit. Ding. It's done. Let's have a taste. It's yummy. This recipe is a success. I need to note it down and make some for Zion before she heads out. My Antarctica daughter. Need to make some for little E too. She ought to be coming soon, judging by that time. I'm sure they'll love the new recipe. Oh no, it's about to explode. Remember the chocolate? I think I muddled it up. Choco accidentally mixes up the chocolate she just made with the chocolate she made to prevent memory loss. I guess that's how they eat it all. Choco frowns as she mixes the different kinds of chocolate and stuffs it all into her mouth. Water? I need water? I'm alive again. Alright, now I won't forget things. I wonder how Zion's doing. I thought there's new data to be made with doing chocolate with each loop. It's kind of annoying that the taste doesn't change. Choco, I'm back. Welcome to Choco's Chocolate Catering. No, wait! What are you doing back here, Zion? Did you take care of reactor number 1? Of course we did. Salt laughs as she pops up from behind Zion and holds her arms out to Choco. We're here too. Surprised? Also, I want to apologize for saying it feels better than Ghost 22. Clearly, I was wrong.
I have no idea. I'm not interested in playing infield right now.
Wah!
Choco exclaims in surprise and jumps off her chair before running towards Sol. It runs past her and hugs Clukay her tightly.
You came at last! Choco waited so long for you! The two of us came here after we emerged from our newer cocoons, but we couldn't get out. I thought we'd never see you again. Yes, we're here to take you home. What's so funny? Wipe that smile off your face. I wasn't laughing. I was saying something's funny. Choco, let's go. Everyone, let's leave this place together. Wait, I need to bring these chocolates with us. Here, have some too. All these taste good. Ah, it's been a while since I had such delicious chocolate. Also, I got to bring the memory chocolate with me. And some ingredients for the chocolate. Oh, yes, I need to leave some chocolate and a note for little E. Otherwise, she'll get worried if she can't find Choco. Little E? Is she an agent from the Hino sector? Nope. Little E's a friend that Choco and Zion just met. She likes the chocolate that Choco made and comes by every now and then to visit. She gives the ingredients to make the memory chocolate. Little E, very strong. No need to worry.
We proceed towards the sector exit. Along the way, Persicaria and Choco exchange an account of their experiences.
So we got a place of our own in the cloud server? Does it mean Choco can open a chocolatery? A chocolatery?
How do you say that?
Choco lottery in the Oasis? Please? It's really important to me.
Is virtual food really that important for agents?
Well, you're a human, so you wouldn't understand, Professor. For humans, food exists because they need to eat. But it's opposite for agents. The raw ingredients for this chocolate is data or code that's very hard for agents to digest. After being cooked into food, it can be easily absorbed. So to us, cuisine is very important.
Choco has a very serious look on her face as she discussed her forte of chocolate, but in the blink of an eye, her expression turned excited again.
Ah, it's little E! Over here! Over here!
We turn this to where Choco is looking. A petite form floats in the air and flies towards us.
Is that the little E you're talking about just now?
Chocolatry. Chocolatry? Chocolatry. After seeing who it is, Sol draws her swords.
Even calls her over! Clukay, get ready! Everyone back up, Professor, behind us! Huh? What's with you? Little E isn't a bad person. She's a sanctifier. She's a Oasis enemy. Oh my, you wound me. I'm not your enemy, at least for now. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Eucharist, a friend and fan of Choco's, as well as a lonely gourmet. Choco, where are you all going? Choco's friends fixed the problem in Hilo Sector, so they're here to take us home. They fixed the problem in Hilo Sector?
Eucharis repeats those words to herself, and then she suddenly breaks out in a strange smile.
Choco, Good girls shouldn't tell lies, you know. But I'm not lying. They fixed reactor number 1. Choco's telling truth. Are you worried one had to chocolate after we leave? That's alright. Choco left lots of chocolate in the place where I stayed. Enough for you to eat for a while. Let's not talk about Choco. You say your friends fixed the problem in the Hilo sector. Don't you think you're overestimating their abilities? What's that supposed to mean? It's exactly what I said. You're a long way off from solving the problem in the Hilo sector. Still, there's no need to worry. I won't fight you, because there's no need to. Yukara's last one flies up, widening the gap between them. See you later, Choco. Remember to eat that energy herb chocolate. Everyone, careful. Zion seems to notice something. She turns and hunkers down while throwing up her barrier. From the depths of the sector, a mushroom cloud suddenly erupts from a completely different place than before. The waves of the flame wash over us. In that moment, everything within sight suddenly vanishes, and the sound of my ears became a monotonous ringing. Sequence number 998589. Commission ratification. Excuse me. When we open our eyes, we're back at the beginning. However, this time we're not at the place we were first contacted, Clukay, but at Choco's Chocolatry. Is everyone alright? What are we in back here? How did this happen? Why was there still an explosion? We fixed reactor number 1. There's no way Eden would have gone wrong with my technical skills. Calm down, Clukay. This isn't your fault. I believe in your skills. The explosion wasn't from reactor number 1. Sion's answer makes us all sink into silence. This sudden development was far too unexpected, so we need time to sort out our thoughts. Munch. A strange sound comes from the corner of the room, made especially obvious since everyone has gone quiet. Little E? Oh, you're back? That was fast. Ah, this is great. Choco, your chocolate's delicious. Do you have more? I'll have you know that I didn't eat anything since yesterday just to eat your chocolate. I'm starving. That's no good. You can't let yourself go hungry. Choco will make more for you right now. Wait, to go over? Sol sits out in front of Choco, while also surreptitiously drawing her weapons. Honestly, can't I wait till after I've eaten? Meals are sacred things, you know. Everything else comes a second to them. You have a point. No, wait, why the hell you show up here anyway? Also, that's what you said before. How are you the one trapped us here? Are you the one who trapped us here? Hey, don't go pinning stuff on me. I had nothing to do with that explosion. What are you going to do if Choco gets the wrong idea about what's because of what you said and stops making chocolate for me? This is one of the few pleasures I have in life besides my work. As a sanctifier, I run all over Magracia every day and stress myself out. With this little piece of chocolate as my only solace, are you going to take even that little bit of happiness away from me? You really are evil. Don't change the topic. What on earth is going on? And why should I tell you? Aren't you lot the irregular agents that the other sanctifiers mentioned before? You built the Oasis, stole access permissions from other sectors. I mean, not that I really mind, but our situation makes us enemies, right? Since we're enemies, it's not like I owe you anything. So why should I answer your questions? Little E ate lots of chocolate. Does eating chocolate even count? Also, don't forget that I provided you with the ingredients for the memory chocolate. Reset exemption. Little E, I came up with a new recipe for chocolate today. Oh. Well, though we might be enemies, I am quite interested in you guys, so I don't mind revealing a bit of information to you. Choco, go make your chocolate first. I'll have a nice chat with your friends. I exchange looks at Professor Caria, and we make room for Eucharist. Let me ask you a simple question. Do you know what they do here in the Helio sector? It's a Swavark Heavy Industries Experimental Energy Research Sector, responsible for meeting revolutionary experiments in the field of energy. Correct, but not entirely. Helio sector is only responsible for one experiment, which is the Arc-Pyre project. The Arc-Pyre? So you're saying the 7 reactors were built for the Arc-Pyre? No wonder I couldn't find any logs for the Arc-Pyre in all the places I looked. Turns out the entire sector was the Arc-Pyre. Correct. So do you understand what I was talking about just now? You don't really think that reactor number 1 was the only problematic area in the Helio sector, do you? An ordinary agent like you. I'm a mechanical expert. Fine. You're a mechanical expert. But if a low mechanical expert like you could solve the problems with the Arc-Pyre project, what point would there be to the existence of the Helio sector? Are you saying the entire sector is less capable than you alone? Then what's the deal with the resets? The resets? That's something else entirely. Choco, is the chocolate done yet? It's finished. Here. This is what Choco made today with a new recipe. It smells great. Why are you guys looking at me? I really can't tell you about the resets. Why don't you go ask the sector administrator about it? You're saying the administrator knows everything about this? Of course. Oh, I get it. You think the resets are in the error in the sector, do you? Of course not. If the resets were caused by a sector error or a virus, I stepped in long ago. I may not look it, but I am a great sanctifier, you know. Alright, that's enough idle chatter. Thanks for hospitality. I'll be off now. Choco, pack some more chocolate for me later. One last question, please. Why aren't you fighting us? I know you, Professor. The leader of the irregular agents. I'm very interested in you as well. As for your question, I told you before, right? It's because there's no need to. For Choco's sake, I'll give you a bit of advice. You better move quickly, or else... Cars laughs as she grabs the bag of chocolate takeaway. At least the chocolate lottery. Without looking back. He lay sat there, at the core of the Arc-Pyre. This way, the core of the Arc-Pyre is this way. Are these the premium robots you were talking about? Look really cute. Please not hug the robot. Please not hug the robot. This robot might be small, but it values its cleanliness. Quit playing around, Soul. Professor, do you think what the Sanctifier Eucharis said was true? Well, she had no reason to lie to us. If she really meant us ill, she could just attack us indirectly. Welcome to the core of the Arc-Pyre. This is the most highly classified area in the Helio sector.
Here you will see the most cutting-edge creations of the energy industry.
Why does this feel so weird to me? What's wrong, Persicaria? Although we're applying to help them solve the problem in the first place, everything's gone too smoothly. Nobody got in our way and nobody asked us for our intentions. Instead, they just welcomed us right in. That makes me feel a little uneasy. Also, why are there so many weird statues along the sides of this path? Why are you worrying so much? Are you becoming suspicious because everyone keeps thinking of us as bad people? Maybe they're just being kind. Speaking of which, these statues are really detailed. It's almost as though they are alive. You're right. I'm overthinking this.
Boss, we have guests. Come meet them. Welcome to the Halo Sector. What can I do for you?
Hello. We are agents from the outside.
Your orders are not important. What's important is that you repair Reactor number 1, which has advanced the progress of history forward a step. Progressing a reset point is a great achievement. I have already recorded your contributions within the log file. May I know what you need? Oh, outstanding contributors.
We wish to leave.
Bad request. Bad request. No agents may leave until the Arc project is complete.
What the hell? Are you planning to detain us by force then? Calm down, Soul. Let's figure out what exactly is going on in this sector. If we can't leave, then what about the resets?
The resets are a unique system established for the sake of the Arc project. They allow the entire set to be rolled back whenever an experiment fails.
It's like what Zion said. We are simply agents who accidentally entered here. Could you allow us to leave the sector? We are willing to provide help to the Arc project in the future.
Bad request. Bad request. No agents may leave until the Arc project is complete.
Damn it, does it not understand what we're saying?
We're not here because of the Arc project. Please allow us to lead the Helios sector. Bad request. Bad request. No agents may leave until the Arc project is complete. We are briefly at a loss for how to deal with a sector administrator who mechanically repeats his lines.
Is it stupid? I think we may have made a mistake. Our experiences in Russum and Cyclops made us mistakenly assume that the administrators of each sector must be extremely intelligent and free-willed. But this administrator, for some reason, it has very little initiative and we cannot communicate with it. Are we just going to give up like this? Of course not. This might be a little rude, but Soul, help me hold it down. Sure.
Punch, punch, kick. Soul seduces the sector administrator without much effort. Surprisingly enough, it does not put up much of resistance. Hold on. Really? Okay.
Will this do? Hang on, I can almost see its AI. I see it, just as I thought. The sector administrator's neural core is extremely simple. It only has 2 preset commands. One is to send feedback to Swarrock Heavy Industries in a timely manner. Due to disconnection, this function is now banned. The other is to log and control the direction of the experiment. so as to prevent the sector from continuing the same approaches after a reset and thus wasting resources. So, how do we leave? Is there a way we can do that? Persecutors' face turns pale. No. This administrator has no other control directives. Doesn't even have the ability to stop the resets. What? But how? Are we stuck here forever? Soul's unconscious shout pricks the bubble of our knees and swell, and fear swelling in our hearts. After a long silence, Clukay exhales a deep breath and pats Soul on the shoulder. It'll be fine, Soul. No need to worry. The administrator said so just now, right? Once the Occupier project is complete, we can leave. Relax. I am a mechanical expert. There's bound to be a way to solve this. Clukay's confident words briefly lighten the mood in the air, but before Soul can reply with anything more than some light-hearted banter, what Persecutors says next is like a bucket of ice water all over us. We might not have time to do that. Do you remember hearing that announcement after eating Choco's chocolate? While a reset was taking place? You mean serial number 99800 or something, whatever? Missing rectification? Something like that? What about it? In order to prevent extraneous data from accumulating and causing data overflow, the Helios sector reset function has a data deletion function as well. It will completely reset Helios sector to its base state, and the trigger for that is 100,000 resets. And currently we're on reset number 99860, which means we only have 140 resets left. The sudden bad news throws us for a loop. For once, Persecutors is completely out of ideas. She looks blankly at me, hoping that I can give an order. Prepare for the next explosion. Huh? The explosion's coming. Wait, that statue! A swelling roar fills the air, and the ground suddenly shakes. A moment before the explosion, the statue beside the administrator suddenly turns its head and looks straight at us. In that moment, everything within sight suddenly vanishes, and the sound of my ears becomes a monotonous ringing. Synchronous number 99861, commencing rectification. A lot of resets, yeah? My thoughts on Clukay's event? It was pretty good. It gave a lot of context to Clukay. You already knew about it. I wouldn't call it masterful writing, though. When we open our eyes, we're back in Choco's Chocolottery. What happened? Did you find a way out? Persecutors has no idea how to begin answering Choco's question. Not only did we not find one, we even ran into some haunted statues. You guys all saw it too, right? The look in those statues' eyes? It really bothers me. There's supposed to be statues, yet they turn to look at us. Well, now I don't think they're haunted. Come with me. Jessie caught herself. herself. Well, it's more like she wrestled with her demons, more or less. And now she accepts herself. And the part that she accepted is that she must have fought the commander really badly. That's basically it. Take a look at this. The statue is posed in a very precise motions for overhauling and servicing. Same goes for that statue over there. I assume you really like the Yandere Clukay part, so I read that story before. But yeah, of course I like it. The statue's eyes are moving. It's looking at me. This one too. Zion suddenly deploys her barrier in front of the statues. Thank you. Don't worry. These aren't statues. They ought to be resident agents who originally lived in the sector. Were they turned into statues? No. I think they're here to fix the reactors. The resets are meant to drive the experiment forward, so these residents must have some degree of immunity to the resets. Oh yeah. While we're agents from another sector who needs Choco's confections to absorb authorizations, they don't need it. Every reset generates a huge amount of data, and as more redundant data accumulates, these AIs gradually become incapable of operation. They move slower and slower until they turn statues. So you're saying that the administrator probably only has its basic functions left because there's too much redundant data? If we could fix the reactors, they ought to return to normal. Yes, Persicaria. Help me read the data from the statues and see if there were any useful actions in the past 99,861 attempts. But if you do that, you'll turn the statue as well. That won't happen because we have Choco. She can process this data still so that it's more easily digestible. Choco doesn't quite get it, but it seems Choco can help. Yes, you're amazing, Choco. Choco smiles happily. And done. Let me taste it. This is sweet! The data density is really high. Let me try some too. Take it easy, the data might have been processed, but there's still a lot of it. Ah. What's wrong, Clukay? Are you feeling well? All this data. What's wrong with it? The data I have here is related to administration and information exchange. Nothing special about it. As a mechanical expert, all this data is a real blow to my self-esteem. The professional agents of Svalbard Heavy Industries seem to have considered just about every possibility. Just reactor number 2's extractor alone has been revised thousands of times. They also came up with hundreds of reactor-related scenarios. But in the end, it still failed. I admire these experts, and I've always admired Svalbard Heavy Industries. I've always walked in their footsteps, but now I had to solve a problem which even they couldn't handle. It feels like I'm being asked to do the impossible. Clukay seems a little depressed. But you have Choco! And us. At least we got a new way to process data now, right, Choco? Yep. Come to think of it, we've already done a lot of things which were regarded as impossible. Our actions in Rasum and Cyclops sector were considered impossible by others. Professor, there's no good serving up chicken soup for the soul at a time like this. Rasum, Cyclops, Zion wants to see them. And I'd like to take you there. Those two sectors have some very special technology. Wait, I got it! Judging by looking in your face, it seems we have a new goal come the next reset. Time's almost up. Zion, put up your barrier. Okay.
I wonder how it feels to have like an explosion hit your face. When we open our eyes again, we're back in Choco's Chocolottery. We're back here again. However, it seems Clukay found a solution. Yep. But the plan I have in mind is still very difficult. Why didn't tell us about it? Alright. Not great. I felt one. Oh, wow. That sucks. Clukay projects an image of the 7 reactors before the group and then takes a seat. While digesting the data left by the residents, I noticed something very strange. All their solutions revolved around the 7 current reactors. Almost none of them drew on the advanced technology from the other sectors, such as Cyclops or Rossum sector. Perhaps it was because the humans directly updated their technology before they lost contact with them. Anyway, they were unable to leave Helios and they were unable to contact the humans either, which led to a stagnation of their technological development. But we can get them new technology. So it's like that, huh? I understand everything now. She doesn't get it at all. Okay, try explaining it in terms that even Soul can understand. Sorry, I get really excited when it comes to technology. Simply put, the technology of the Helios sector as it is cannot contain high-intensity energy within a limited space. This is the main reason why they keep failing. So how would we solve this? Remember the Cyclops sector? Cyclops? You don't mean... the isolation wall! Yes, I knew you said that, Professor. The data density of the isolation wall in the Cyclops sector was extremely high. We could try borrowing that technology. Oh, okay. As long as we modify the shielding layers and the reactors to the isolation walls, we'll be able to easily limit the energy dispersion of Arc Pyre. I love how Commander can just do this. Just figure it out. I have noticed that, at least in Ghost Frontline, they tend to have like the most asinine solutions, and they make it seem very elementary. And it happens all the time, in all the games, except for maybe Reverse Collapse. It does sound plausible. I think I preserved a sample of data from the isolation wall back then. Also, there's a Rossum sector. Rossum? Their AI research. Yes, they establish AI control hubs to better perform their research. That's exactly what the agents here lack. It's true, the agents here are just too dumb, which is why their work efficiency is so low. The recombined operands needed to operate the 7 reactors are massive. There's no way the simple AI systems could manage it. But if we gave them some assistance... After Clukay's explanation, everyone finally realizes the key to solve this problem. This ray of hope after countless loops bring a smile to everyone's face. However, Clukay's suppression is still very severe.
Okay? Well, that's how it is in theory. But practically speaking, there's still a very large risk. Look at these statues. They're the residents, agents of this sector. The massive amount of operands they had to handle and the redundant data left over from countless loops has slowed their operation speeds to almost zero. If we're going to complete the technology update in their place and operate their reactors in unison, there's a possibility you might end up as statues too.
So happy. So happy. Let's be happy together. My screws are all tightened. My energy supply is normal. No extra needs except for chocolate. No overtime. 1 chocolate. I want chocolate too. Work first, chocolate later. The watchers are all here. Don't slack. Oops, Alpha is here. Run, run. The Arcpire has not been lit. We must keep working on it. Okay.
Or we might end up like that. Only very simple AI can function under these conditions. When I think about how Clukay would look running around with an emoji on her face, suddenly doesn't seem so bad. Hey, be serious.
Be serious.
Okay, back to the topic. Do you think we'll remember what we're supposed to do if we all become emoji faces? Soul goes out to the mini robots. Do you remember what you used to be doing?
Repairs.
Repairs where?
I don't know. That robot's a little great. Little robot's great.
That's the problem.
I like their job. We must repair this, human. You dark humans can't be repaired.
Huh, that's right. Humans.
Clukay turned towards me, a pure certainty in her eyes.
Professor, we need your help.
Oh, gee, what I've been doing this entire time? Not helping? Summary of coding jobs. After the next reset, everyone begins to plan to modify the Arcpire.
This plan will entail a great deal of risk. It may even affect everyone's neural cloud. But I hope you will place your trust in me anyway.
We all trust you, Clukay.
Thank you. I'll explain what I need everyone to do after this. We need to modify the reactors. During this process, we may end up having to perform massive amounts of computations. When the time comes, everyone other than the professor and myself will have to steadily shut down their consciousness functions and only retain the ability to accept instructions from myself and the commander. That's because we're going to save what little computation space there is for the reactors. Juggle will help us take care of the code that's harder to digest. Leave it with me! This is what you need to do next, Professor. When we restart the reactors, everyone in our cloud are going to slowly shut down. In other words, we won't be able to provide effective observations and feedback. Therefore, we need you to observe on our behalf and give everyone commands we need it.
I'll take care of it.
We're all counting on you.
Modification works proceed amidst a tense atmosphere. We only managed to finish a single complete modification to reset away from the data deletion. However, it is
at this moment that everyone notices an unwelcome guest within the shadows of the chocolatery. Oh my! How amazing! Looks like you really are going to complete the Arc-Pyre project. Everyone, watch out! What are you doing here? Relax, relax. I'm just here to mooch chocolate. I'm also here to witness the potential ignition of the Arc-Pyre. It's a historic moment, you know, but it's mainly because of chocolate, though. Please, come up with a better excuse. You're simply biding yourself time to strike. The reason you didn't want to do anything to us is because this wasn't because you were interested in us or because of chocolate, so we felt that there was no way we could escape. But now Clukay's hard work has made us a possibility. Oh, I don't like being that direct. Opening candy wrappers is an enjoyable process too. After all, I'm good friends with Checo and Zion. Huh? Since we're Sanctifier so sociable, you seem to have gotten something wrong. While I, Eucharist, am hardly a socially incompetent shut-in, Checo counts as one of the few people I actually consider a friend. Also, you can't buy Choco's chocolate anywhere, so I'm not willing to lose her. Delicious. But ultimately, you're a Sanctifier. Indeed I am. When you get down to it, I am a Sanctifier, and I have unavoidable circumstances of my own. Yukara shakes her head and sighs heavily before pointing to one of the finished reactors. Still, you're better off working on those reactors before something goes wrong then, rather than waste your energy on me while I haven't done anything to you yet. Just as she finishes speaking, the reactor Yukara is pointing and the area around it suddenly begins trembling. The entire region begins continuously distorting, and it seems as though the modifications we worked so hard to put in place are about to be destroyed. You bitch! What the hell did you do? Rage fills Clukay's eyes as she sees this, and she lifts her shield, preparing to bring it down on Eucharist. I didn't do anything. That's the data deletion process. If you're going to lie, at least make it more convincing. Did you think we weren't keeping track of things? That's why I said you missed something out. Why do you think the residents were willing to endure countless resets rather than leave the sector to look for technology from the outside world? That's because leaving would cause something worse to happen. What are you talking about? The truth is, you already know. This is a highly classified industrial research sector. Now, if external data made its way in and affected the experiment, that would also trigger the deletion process. Fortunately, you still have a chance because completing the experiment takes priority over resets. However, can you actually complete it? Clukay glares hatefully at Eucharist, before gritting her teeth and running over to the problematic reactor. I'm about to follow her before Eucharist suddenly chuckles and says a few words to me. You're special, Professor. You're just too special. I wonder, why is that? It seems you retained your memories even without eating the chocolates. What are you trying to say? What if you're the same as me? Alright, I said what I wanted to say. I'm going to sit back and enjoy the show while I'm watching chocolate. I hurry over to the reactor and everyone follows me. How is it, Clukay? Professor, it's all over. Why? This other isolation wall looks pretty solid, doesn't it? Yes, it is pretty solid. Look, the AI control hub there is completely destroyed, but the wall is still fine. We look in the direction where Clukay's finger is pointing and see dark red data flows permeating inside the isolation wall, consuming this central system. What happens if we force out a plan right now? There's no AI central control system to regulate the energy flows, so all we do is pray it works smoothly by itself, like countless times before. As you know, you're basically betting on everything on your last 2 draws of the gacha. And there's no pay to save us. Scion, go in. Manually. Operate. No can do. The entire region is being deleted and reset. If any of us went in there directly... Clukay chucks a pebble at the region where the reactor is. In the blink of an eye, the pebble is utterly deleted. After seeing this, Yukari swears something echoed in my ear. What if you're the same as me? Those words gnaw at me. The same as her. Why did you say the same? Why would she not reset? We were doing completely different things. She was clearly just observing. Yes, she was just observing. Yes, because I'm deserving all this too. That makes sense. There's no way to confirm the validity of her words, but I know I had to try this. It's our only chance. With that thought in mind, I take a step forward. Well then, let's see if Yukari was line after all. Professor! No, you can't! I'll be fine. No, we can't let you take the risk. Let me go instead. Trust me. Ignoring the protests of everyone, I reach a hand into the region where the reactor is. I was originally here to assist you as an observer, and every single attempt before this ended in failure. Or rather, the truth is, we don't know the outcome. In other words, I'm the only one who can observe the superimposition of both states. What are you talking about? No, you can't. You mustn't. Even if it's like what you said, you don't know how to operate it manually either. Alright, let me assist the professor then. Clukay, what are you saying? Do you know what the professor wants to do? I told you, I trust the professor. I'll help him out. The professor believed in me before, so now, I'm going to believe in the professor too. Take care, son. Clukay stops for Sakaria, who's trying to talk me out of it, and turns to me with a serious look in her face. Professor, it's all up to you now. Alright. I'll be counting on you to back me up, Clukay. Trust me, Sakaria. All the necessary conditions have been met. Alright then. Sakaria and Sol take over the AI systems, and their movements slow down. However, they successfully control the speed of the reactor's collapse. Clukay, I've arrived. Professor, please describe what you see. The control conduits are all jumbled up. I can't tell which is which. We'll start with a simple test. Zion, send me the energy pulse through. Use the AC interface. Minimum threshold. Several minutes later, the blue conduit in front of me glows faintly. The blue one lit up. Zion, send an energy pulse through. Use the BC interface. Minimum threshold. Several minutes later, the red conduit in front of me glows faintly. The red one lit up. Immediately after that, Clukay and Zion performed several more tests. Time is growing tighter and tighter. Standing inside the reactor, I can clearly feel the structure slowly approaching the brink of destruction. We don't have time, Clukay. How's the test going? We still have problems that need to be fixed. Right now, I don't know if the blue conduit is stable or the red one. I'm not physically present, so there's lots of details I can't see, so I can't make a decision. I'll be your eyes. Tell me, what do you want to see? I don't know. Clukay had put a stare at the cat in the box. Huh? What cat? A long time ago, some evil bastard put a poor little cat into a box containing a poison gas capsule. But whether or not the gas would be released was left to chance. So nobody knew if the cat in the box was dead or not.
unless they open the box to check. Do you know what they decided to do in the end?
What did they do?
They decided not to open the box. As long as they don't go and look, they would never know if the cat was there or not.
That's just stupid!
Oh yes, very stupid. So I'm not going to be that cat. I don't need to leave my fortune up to random chance, and I won't collapse under some superimposed possibilities. I am the observer in the box, and you are the cat outside the box, and therefore you are me. The reality we have both observed is now entangled and anchored. An outcome has already been decided even before the box is opened.
What are you saying, Professor?
It doesn't matter, Clukay. None of this matters. Just tell me what you want to see. The reality I observe is the ending that you choose. Believe in me and believe in yourself.
Professor, which conduit's heading up?
Does a cat make sounds? The blue one. What now, Clukay? Which one is it? Clukay's breathing goes faster and shallower in my ear mic. The shaking of the building in my feet, below my feet, grows more and more intense. I know very well that if we do nothing, it'll be too late to do anything. But at the same time, I know very well what kind of stress Clukay must be carrying on her shoulders right now. This is the last step in the whole process. She believes that this step will allow no failure. It's merely that the outcome's already been decided. Believe in yourself. Believe that the moment you open the box, the living cat will decide the observer's existence. So just believe in yourself, Clukay. You're the expert at the role.
You're right, Professor. I am the mechanical expert. Pull the blue one.
In the moment that I pull the lever down, liquid energy streams past my eyes, radiating intense light. The vibrations under my feet suddenly come to a halt, as though everything were returned to dead silence. The next moment is followed by an even more intense and continuous series of vibrations, along with ear-splitting cheers. The arc fire blazes brightly in the heart of the Helio sector.
We did it, Professor! We did it!
Yes, I've observed it. We did it. Cheers resound through my ear mic, and I breathe a sigh of relief. However, it is at this moment that an untimely voice cuts in.
Like I was saying, you guys are really making things difficult for me.
The Sanctifier's girl throne once again blocks our path.
Like, no, I will have to kill you. You're pretty good. How about this then?
Yachar chuckles as she waves her weapon in her hand and sends Clukay flying along with her shield.
Little E! Why are you doing this? Aren't we friends? Choco, stay back. Little E, dangerous. Of course we're friends. You gave me so much chocolate and treated me so well. How can we not be friends? But why are you hurting everyone? They're my friends too. I didn't want to do it either, but I am a Sanctifier, Choco. I could close one eye to you before the arc fire was lit, but it's burning now. You really are amazing to have done something that even the Helio sector tried for so long to accomplish but never did. For that, I truly respect you. However, it also means I can't just stand aside and watch anymore.
Yachar floats in midair, her petite body radiating an impressive atmosphere.
Little E, you big old meanie! I'm never making chocolate for you again! Really now.
Yachar's body trembles slightly, but she soon returns to normal.
What a shame. How about you, Scion? Do you have anything to me? Won't let you past to hurt everyone. I see. I was planning to go after TV last. We are good friends after all. But if you insist on getting in my way, then I have no choice. The sudden attack stuns everyone on the scene. No harming the guests of Helio Sector. Attack, attack. Chase the baddies out. Out of my way, out of my way. Countless mini robots flooded in from all directions towards Uchars. You! Does the Helio Sector intend to make enemies of the Sanctifiers? What are enemies? What are Sanctifiers? What's Helio Sector? Oh, Helio Sector is our home. You're stupid, see? Very, very stupid. Yeah, beat her ass, little robot guys. The mini robots have make a racket and shove at each other as they press in on new Charis, forcing her way back. You might be agents, but I'll be forced to take action if you go too far. Dream on! Don't forget about us! Oh my, what should I do now? Outnumbered and cornered, Uchars has no choice but to soar into the sky and pull away from us. In my capacity as a greater Sanctifier, I warn the agents of the Helio Sector to stop attacking immediately. Otherwise, you'll be charged with harboring irregular agents. Start building anti-air emplacements. Roger. Roger. Are you sure you want to? The outstanding contributors who helped complete the Arcpire project are Helio Sector's most valued guest. You try something that curbs her sternness and sighs of resignation. Is that so? Fine. I understand. We can find each other already. That ought to count, right? Mission log. Sanctifier Uchars met with stubborn resistance with the Helio Sector. Fine, fine. I won't fight you anymore. You got the entire sector on your side. How fortunate! In that case, see you later, Zion and Choco. And so Uchars leaves, without making any hostile proclamations or leaving any harsh remarks behind. The tremendous shift in attitude makes one wonder if she was waiting for that moment all along. Is everyone alright? We're fine. Thanks for your help. It is the least I could do. After all, you are the outstanding contributors who helped complete the Arcpire project, so we could not allow you to come to harm within the Helio Sector. Do you have any other requirements? We don't need anything, we just want to get home ASAP. First Carrie touched on Soul's sleeve without changing her facial expression. We were wondering if the Helio Sector would like to forge a cooperative relationship with us? Of course, Helio Sector would be honored to do so. Please come with me. There is one more thing I would like to ask of you before we discuss these matters. Is there some other experiment that needs our help too? Of course not. The Arcpire project was the only experiment being run in the Helio Sector, and the purpose of our existence is merely to watch the ignition of the Arcpire. Then what else do you need us for? I need to know your names and capture your appearance data. The final task of the Helio Sector is to carve statues of our outstanding contributors for the admiration of future generations. After finishing that task, Helio Sector will have truly fulfilled its reason for existence. No matter what requests you make of us after that, we will devote all of our efforts to complying with them. Wow! Statues! That sounds really fun! Was you in a hurry to head back to the Oasis just now? Why are you so excited all of a sudden? Well, the crisis is over, isn't it? Relax, relax. Could you help fulfill our wishes? Of course. I am Professor Carrier, and this is the Professor. I'm Clukay. I'm Sol. Scion. I'm called Choco. Cho as in chocolate, and Co as in cocoa. Understood. Your names have been recorded. I will arrange for the factories to begin producing the statues. Hang on. I don't think we meant to get your name. My name is Firewood, esteemed Professor. Firewood bows to us, and then turns to leave. Right after Firewood leaves, the mini-robot swarms in. Our heroes. I want to play with the guest. Want to go on a trip? Oh, Helios with us. The throng of eager robots surround us, and we are brought back to the depths of Helios' sector. All these mini-robots, and there's no sign of the original three. There's me. And me. There's one more. There's only two of us. There have only ever been two of us. Two of us. Two of us. I remember there were three. I remember there were three as well. I'm gonna go check the logs. That's strange. The log only shows two of them. Could it have been the cats? Or maybe it was a ghost. It's a ghost. It's a ghost. Ghosts are scary. Ghosts are scary. Ghosts are scary. Yeah. Nah. Nah. Alright, let's see what we got here. That please AI. Making sure what we have here. There's a lot of backstory in these. So it looks like the only one that continues the story is actually the last cutscene. Helio sector. Soul, I've been looking for you all day. What are you doing here? Soul makes a switching gesture to Persicaria. Puzzled, Persicaria stops talking and looks where Soul is looking. 3, 2, 1. Persicaria instinctively falls silent, waiting along with Soul. However, what they find is only the sound of normal mechanical operations as the robots walk past them. Soul? Ugh. Oh, I really survived! Were you counting down to explosion? Yeah, I've been really nervous lately. I can't calm down without a countdown. I suppose. Speaking of which, why were you the one who came looking for me? The professor must be tired. Aren't you going to keep him company? The professor is resting now. Firewood is watching over him, and Clukay is there too. I think Clukay must be very eager to see what she protected. Oh, so you're giving Clukay and the professor some alone time then? You better think of the consequences for teasing me, anonymous bee. How'd you find out? As in, the one that started a betting pool when Clukay left the Oasis, placing money on how many minutes would pass before Clukay come running back. The professor might have cover for you, but that doesn't mean I don't know about it. Well, about that, I thought it was good that everyone in the Oasis could emerge from under the shadow of that Sanctifier attack. It was all in good fun. But how'd you know I was anonymous bee? 10 minutes. Trust me. If you're talking about the person who knows the Clukay best, that'd be me. Who else would dare say that they knew Clukay best, other than you and the professor, who didn't take part? No, wait, I did my best to cover it up too. I also know Anonymous C was Antonia. No, how'd you know that? There's only 2 people whose anonymous statues I can't remove. The professor and her. Persicaria. A sheepish look suddenly comes over Soul's face. Why do you always bring up the professor? Are you really bothered by the fact that you ended up making time for Clukay to be alone with the professor? Soul, you... Okay, pretend I never said anything. After some laughter, Soul exhales a deep breath and looks towards the distance once more. Beyond this patch of sky, in this direction, lies the Oasis. Are you homesick? Oh yeah, this trip was tiring as hell. Still, we got operate out of it, and everyone's alive, and Clukay's even more motivated now. Sounds like a good conclusion for everyone concerned, right? Of course. Oswald ends well, Soul. As Persicaria calls Soul's name, she raises a hand to her. Soul pauses for a moment, then laughs happily. You still remember old custom? Of course. Your trademark gesture from the science expedition is still fresh in my mind. Soul raises her hand as well and gives Persica a high five. Mission complete. Prepare to head home. Chapter 3, End. So this one was more on the lighter side. But that's good. I mean, they did die like 200 times, I think. But yeah, still on the lighter side.
現実にいた頃の出番といえば厳かな式典ばかりで席巻するのはお偉方だらけ。国家規模の財をなす豪商、 莫大な軍事力を掌握する独裁将軍。視線一つで世界を覆せる政界の要人たち。常に胸筋かつ陰銀でなくては
Man, everyone loves talking so much in this
遂
game.
行できませんの。私の表情が硬いのはそのせいかって
There's a lot of life in those explosions.
単なる
True.
癖ですわ。
But yeah, we got done with Clukay's event in Chapter 3. I'd say of the two, I like Chapter 3 more. Clukay's event is pretty good.
本日の到着ですの。
Can't have casualties every chapter. I mean, but they died 200 times. There were casualties.
まるでクリスマスに働くファータですわね。
Have you done Florence by any chance? I have watched Florence already off stream, like months ago. So I know what happens there. It's pretty spicy. Not terrible, not good. I think it was good. I think if you want to put it in one way, Clukay's event is like Girls from Night 2 quality. But that's not a bad thing.
昔からずっと儀仗兵は国家のメンツと君主の威厳の象徴でした。現実にいた頃の出番といえば厳かな
The red
式典ばか
robot.
りで席巻するのはお偉方だらけ。国家規模の財をなす豪商。
I fucking love those robots,
莫
man.
大な軍事力を
They're
掌
so
握
great.
する独裁将軍。視線一つで世界を
Like,
覆
what's your
せる
job?
政界の
Repair.
要人たち。
What are you repairing? I don't know. I love that.
任務は完璧に遂行できませんの。私の表情が硬いのはそのせいかって？いいえ、単なる癖ですわ。
I mean, that's not a hot take in my opinion, Hung. The main cast of Ghost Line 2 got shafted so hard.
本日の到着ですね。
Repairing the wound force.
まるでクリスマスに働くファータですわね。
But I would say even the main cast in Girls Frontline 1 is probably better than Girls Frontline 2. And they couldn't really do anything because they kept getting sidelined too. Truck inspection story? No, we have not done it yet. 4 or 5 tomorrow? No, it'll be next weekend. I got work. Well, it depends on... So there's a chance that I stream tomorrow. Yeah, there's a chance I stream tomorrow, and that's if the roads are shit. If the roads are shit, that means I'm not going to work, which means, sure, I will do 4 and 5 tomorrow. But I wouldn't count on that.
現実にいた頃の出番といえば厳かな式典ばかりで席巻するのはお偉方だらけ。
Hey, Dylan, unless you want to pay for my rent this month, I can't. I can't quit.
莫大な軍事力を掌握する独裁将軍。視線一つで世界を覆せる政界の要人たち。常に胸筋かつ陰銀でなくては任務は完璧に遂行できません。
Well, the problem is that they did. The Girls from Line 2 cast just didn't have time to build up their own presence
単なる癖ですわ。
by the time that everyone else started rolling in. But I will say, in agreement with all of you, the Girls from Line 2 main cast is the weakest of all the series. Like the Girls from Line 1 main cast, which is the ER team, they had a stronger presence. You know, they got shafted a number of times. Like even though they did get shafted a lot of times, individually speaking, they shined a lot because they had their own individual arcs, especially M16. PNC, they're the main group. You know, it's basically like it's funny. So PNC feels like a more simple story, which is weird to say because it's not. It's probably even more complicated than Girls Frontline 1, just without the politics. But it feels like a simple story because we're just following one group. It's not these 10,000 other groups we're following. So thanks to that, since we have this one singular group, they shine a lot more.
莫大な軍事力を掌握する独裁将軍、視線一つで世界を覆せる政界の要人たち、常に胸筋かつ陰銀でなくては任務は完璧に遂行できませんの。
Yeah, I know it get more complicated later on.
表情が硬いのはそのせいかって？いいえ、単なる癖ですわ。
Girls got a lot of shine in Dawn Forger. Yeah, we now know she's basically she does her best Allah Akbar impression. Yeah, but like basically what I was saying is that there's a lot more focus on our group, like a lot more focus. And since we're following their storyline and not worrying about all these other factions for now, at the very least, the group feels very good. And in Ghost Frontline 2, we've had basically 4 chapters until we met up with Kalina, and then once we get to Kalina, that's when things start to get a little topsy-turvy. You know what I mean? And the 4 chapters, they aren't meaty either. Like, it doesn't have anywhere near the length of writing as the other games do. Then overstayed. But that isn't to say that Girls Frontline 2 is bad. I remember some Twitch chatters saying that you know, infield is better. Like, I really don't care if infield is or isn't better. But yeah, there was a discussion on how you know, they tend to throw out terms in Girls Frontline 2 that isn't entirely explained, and I'm just reminded of what someone said in a video once. I wish I remembered that video, what it was called. But as someone who is completely new to Ghost Frontline 2, the thing that Ghost Frontline 2 does well is intrigue. If you go in understanding that it is a direct sequel to a game that you never played before, then of course you're going to be out of the loop. But the way how Ghost Frontline 2 works is that it does drop these terms at you, but you treat them as like little mysteries that you have to figure out through context clues and stuff like that. And the writing is good enough that it does leave those context clues for you to understand as long as you pay attention. So you should at least be able to infer that a neural cloud is basically the brain of a T-doll. as unappealing as sand present in the desert. That's fucked up. Yeah, I don't know if Enfield is better or not. I in terms of story at least, I don't know because I don't play the game and I don't really care to. At least not right now. We'll see what happens after I go through Arknights, which I've been doing off stream. Because apparently, according to some people on Twitter at least, like I read Twitter, sorry, but they say that the story is better if you know Arknights, the Arknights lore, which I would have imagined that would be the case, but is it like How Does the Girl Swim Line 2, where it's like you just know what's going on entirely? Or is it just like, oh, I know that reference. Oh, I know that reference. Oh, I know that reference. Hey, look, another reference. You know? About Enfield quality, I already know how they feel about it. Like I said this on Discord like a couple of times, but I don't care to interact with the Arknights community regarding Enfield. Like their their attitudes before Enfield came out was so shitty that it actually soured my mood for trying out the game. It was already kind of wavy in the first place, so I just don't want to bother. I already have enough on my plate with Girls Frontline and Chaos Zero Nightmare, for that matter too. Tasha Gang. Yeah, I'm not a huge fan of the character designs either, but I will say this though, the game looks great. Like from just looking at it, the game looks fantastic. In terms of what, Recon? In terms of gameplay or story? Those are two very different answers. I just noticed that my camera's a little high. There we go. Tokens are basically F3 to play. So it's kind of funny because I've seen so many people say Arknights 1 is like the best thing since sliced bread. And I'm like, okay, if it's the best thing since sliced bread, what do you do if you don't like tower defense? And I've never really seen anyone be able to answer that. Is the gameplay still fun? Yes. For Chaos Nightmare? Yeah. It's still fantastic. Gluten-free bread. And yeah, the story still needs work. But if you do the trauma codes, The chapter codes are genuinely good. They are genuinely good story writing.
視線一つで世界を覆せる正解の要人たち。常に強筋かつ陰銀でなくては任務は完璧に遂行できま
And
せん。
get told it's different.
私の表情が硬いのはそのせいかって？
It isn't different. It's a tower defense game. Yeah, the little bit I played, yeah, it's a tower defense game. Like maybe it gets, well, not maybe, it certainly does get more involved later on, but I don't care. It's like I see all these people saying like Arknights is the best gacha game ever, and it's like, if you like tower defense, I guess.
まるでクリスマスに働くファータですわね。
I have also heard people say that Arknights is like the I have heard a degenerate thing too. They say it's actually hard to spend on the game because you get so much stuff. Like, to me, that just sounds like they have a bad shop. Not that it's generous. PNC is Spirit of Ghost Line 2. That issue should continue. So, I want to see all of it first before I make a firm judgment. Or at least get deeper into it. So, my main issue with PNC has always been the gameplay. The gameplay is good, but my primary issue with the gameplay is that it feels like each stage took too long. And so I had to skip the story and just focus a lot on just the gameplay itself and burn through all of that so I can enjoy the story at a good pace. Because the story itself is really good, but the gameplay is too much of a break for me. So I think they can fix that up if they ever decide to update this game again. The PNC stories are great, yeah. So far, at least. Worst case scenario is as good as Ghost Line 2, and Ghost Line 2 has a good story, in my opinion. AK-15, that's why I like it more than PNC. With the Dead's idea of release schedule, yeah, I don't know. I don't really want to rant about the Sakura event. I really don't want to. It's like, it is what it is. There's like a massive spoiler at the end, but it's without context. So at least you can frame it that way, that like at least they'll know what's going to happen, but they don't know how it's going to happen. So at least that's still something to look forward to. But even disregarding that portion, it really should have been Lainey up next. I don't see why they didn't do Lainey next. The only thing I can think of is that the only thing I can think of is that they're trying to, like, I guess, complete the Corrosion team, which, who gives a fuck? Honestly, like, who gives a fuck? But yeah. Well, you can have more V6 Alva pulls, but still, it should have been Lainey instead of Sakura. Oh, I'm sorry, not Kurosa team, but Fire team. Yeah, Fire team. Yeah, still, who gives a fuck, right? Lorelai's next, and not Corposat.
昔からずっと儀仗兵は国家のメンツと君主の威厳の象徴でした。現実にいた頃の出番といえば厳かな式典ばかりで、席巻するのはお偉方だらけ。
So I don't want anyone to get the wrong idea. I still think Ghost Frontline 2's story is really strong. Even the filler for the most part is pretty strong. I kind of see it as like this, right? So here's a question for you guys. Turing loves to talk, Jesus Christ. So here's a question for you guys. How many watched Dragon Ball Super? Or even Daima for that matter. Do you guys watch anime in general? I'm going to use Dragon Ball Super as an example, but it's going to frame what I'm about to say. So, I've had two very different experiences with Dragon Ball Super. So I watched Dragon Ball Super from start to finish in a Japanese version. When it was just released, and I watched them as they released weekly. And I've had so many issues with it's not Light Ball Black, with Dragon Ball Super when I watched it weekly. Like, it just wasn't really fulfilling. I didn't really like them that much. But then I watched it a few years later when it came out in English, and they were already released from start to finish. And so I binge watched it. And when I binge watched it, it was a lot better. Like it was a lot better paced. Which is the funny part because the pacing is the same. But you don't have to wait for that week per episode anymore. You just get to see what's next. So the point being is that the issue with Ghost Frontline 2 is having right now is that it has a lot of filler, but the filler is fine for the most part. The issue is that it feels like it's an opportunity cost because we're waiting for the story to progress. If you have everything already done and it's already out and you watch at your own pace from start to finish, then the story is actually a lot more digestible and it's better. And I think that's what the general issue is. The filler is a problem, but it's a problem because we are still waiting for the good stuff. Because I remember having this feeling because I did the same like how I did in Dragon Ball Super, where I watched it in the Chinese server first, and I watched the filler, and then the filler was like, eh. And then you get to the good part, like, yeah. But then I watched it again in English, or in the global version, and I'm not stuck. I'm personally not stuck waiting for the good stuff because I've already seen it. So now I can just see the filler for what it is. And I think the filler is actually pretty good in quality. But it's not what people are looking for, which is the problem.
サボってる？とんでもない。会場のセッティング中ですのよ。私？当然、指揮係ですの。
more time and depth. I'm thinking that's when it happens soonish. Sooner rather than later. It should happen this year, in my opinion, when they're going to actually bring the main cast to the forefront, depending on who the main cast is. I'm assuming the main cast will be the Grosso Squad, but in order for the Grosso Squad to actually be at the forefront, they kind of had to get settled in first, and they had to be willing to let the other featuring dolls to share the spotlight with the main cast, which they kind of did in Daybreak, or not Daybreak, but I said Daybreak before. Forge Breaker or whatever, Forge Bearer or whatever. With Rosa having a lot of influence in the story. Oh, Dawn Forger, that's what it is, Dawn Forger. And yeah, we can use a bit more established villains. Zero Man is more like a big bad, so he's like the best example, but they can't do too much of that. I think Linty is a good example, but she's like the only one. I mean, I guess Carl is a repeating villain now that I think about it. Fucking Carl. The evil Jeff Bezos. But he's not bald. Oh, and that guy. And it. It's probably William, to be honest, but yeah, I think I'm hitting my limit. I'm gonna go ahead and hop off. Yeah, we'll see what happens Monday. If it happens, then you'll know if I'm going to do it, because I'll have the stream up for schedule. But all right, guys, I'm gonna go ahead and go. It's good talking to y'all. I will see y'all more than likely next weekend. So you guys take care.